Hello everybody and welcome in to my latest live video. Today is the 19th of July 2022. It's Tuesday and my name is Kerry Holzman and thank you guys so much for joining me in my latest video today. I hope if you're new here, you're coming for the content, but you'll stay for the community. We have the most amazing, positive, and supportive community to be found on the internet. And so if you've come this far, I hope you'll check out our chat room. The chat will re-air live after the show airs. So if you're watching this as a replay, sometimes YouTube makes that a little confusing because they don't make it real clear when you're watching a replay. But you should see the chat replay off to the side, as well as, of course, when I'm live. And we hope you'll see just how friendly everybody is and how supportive, and you'll want to be a part of it because we'd love to have you join us. Today, I've got another regular old bang for the buck build, with a little bit extra. So we're still doing an 11600k because I think that's a great value of a processor. And we'll pair that with 32 gigs of RAM, so we're going to double what we normally do at 16. And I think everything else is pretty standard. 1 terabyte Intel SSD. Customer wants a DVD drive. And of course, this will all go into the Corsair 200R case. The Mugen 5 cooler is overkill for an 11600k, but nothing wrong with going a little overkill on the cooler. It's not going to hurt anything. The cooler will just not have to, the fan rather, won't have to run as fast or as often, resulting in a much quieter computer overall. Now, this is the first broadcast with the new camera set up. The audio is now through the new camera. And before I get started any further, I'm hoping you guys will help me make some adjustments here. Now, I've done the best I can from what I'm seeing with color, hue, saturation, brightness, sharpness. And when I was configuring the camera this weekend, I was planning for it to take a while because all the menuing systems are different. And there are going to be features I don't even know exist or what they do. Then it occurred to me, what I already knew but forgot, was all these changes can be made in OBS, so you just leave the camera alone. Well, there were a couple things I was concerned about with the camera that I figured were going to take some time to look up and figure out how to adjust. The new camera is the Canon XF705, and it's the most expensive, most professional camera I've ever had. And it's a continual investment in this channel to try to make the video and audio better and better and better. Sarge Tech says the audio seems to be a little bit hot. I appreciate that. What I've done when I moved the audio over was I kept all the settings in the camera the same, but these cameras have dials. And the dial is set to 4. So let me go back over to the XF705, because I do believe that's the only thing that's changed is the camera. So it's got to be this setting here. So if we're on 4, which is where the XF400s were, let's bring it down to 3, maybe 3. Bring that one to about 3, and we'll bring this one. Even though I'm only using one microphone, I do have 2 and I want to keep them both the same. So that is about, just make it a little bit more than 3, right about there, right about, let's see, right there. Okay, let's try that. And so it's little teeny tiny micro adjustments. So let's see if that sounds any, whoa, now it seems worse. I'm looking at my audio levels and I see it's peaking. I don't really want to bring it down further than that. So what I will do, filters, camera 1 audio, compressor and limiter. There's no gain. Okay, well I'm not, oh, I see here. Let me bring down output gain. We'll bring it down to try there. 1, 2, test, test, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Let's see how that sounds. Take a little vote. Everybody's ears are different. Some people will say it sounds worse. Some people say it sounds better. So check, check, 1, 2. We'll try that out and see if we have any better luck. There's about a 90-second delay from when I speak to as YouTube processes it, distributes it, and you see it. And that's assuming that you're keeping up with the video and that you're not behind. So far we're getting mostly positive feedback. I can continue to play with it a little bit. I want to get that out of the way before we get started. The brightness, it does seem a little bright, doesn't it? Let me go back into image is a touch yellow and a bit too sharp. Okay, well, I agree. I'm looking a little bit like The Simpsons. Let's see if I can do a little color correction. Let's see if it's gamma. Yeah, that's not really the gamma. Well, I could bring down the gamma. Play with the contrast. Don't want it too dark. Brightness. And then, of course, my favorite setting, saturation. You crank that saturation all the way up and then back all the way down. So somewhere in the middle, we try to find some natural skin tone, maybe a little unnatural skin tone, just so it pops, but not so much that it looks fake or stands out. The idea is that it looks ideal. So we will try, let's try that setting. I think I have the sharpness cranked all the way up now that you mention it. Let me just check. Oh no, I don't. It's actually at 0.17 above 0. Normally it's at 0. So let's bring it down just a little bit here. So we'll bring that down to 0.13. And again, I would say that if you're saying it's perfect right there, I'm 90 seconds ahead of you, so I'm not sure at what point you're saying that. So let's see if I leave it here for a minute, we'll get the overall. Still having a bit loud audio. Let's turn down that audio gain a little bit more. We definitely don't want the audio to clip. Where did I adjust that? Oh, it's under my compressor. Okay, so let's bring the compressor down. It's at 9. Let's bring it down to 7. So we bring it down to full 2 dB. All right, let's see if that sounds any better. Ian Gooch just contributed £10. Hey, Ian, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And just a little earlier, Alan Lindos contributes $7.77. And Alan says, Carrie, your Gatorade has changed colors, but it still looks cold. Yeah, we're going to work our way to the Gatorade. It's been so hot, so hot. Every year, it feels like it gets hotter. And I think my tolerance to the heat is significantly, I can't stand the heat like I could when I was younger. It's the way it saps me of all my energy. It makes me not want to do anything. I just want to wait for the sun to go down and for the temperature to drop below 100, preferably closer to 90 before, let's say about 94 is about when things feel fine. It's okay. It's warm, but it's not hot. And it's just, it saps all my energy. And in Phoenix, July and August are the worst 2 months of the summer because we're building into humidity. So July is not as bad as August. The worst is yet to come. And then we get through that, and then we kind of have a month where it kind of levels out through September, and it should start to drop down somewhere in October. And then by late October, early November, we should be back down to hopefully being able to open the windows and have the air blow through the place and have perfect temperature for about 2, if you're lucky, 3 weeks. We had a huge rainstorm the other day. It took out, I think it was Sunday night, took out a lot of power for people, or took out power to a lot of places around the valley. And of course, internet connections went down. My phone starts ringing. That's normal anytime we have these big storms, even if it's not. Phoenix is Maricopa County is a big county, and it encompasses, I don't know how many thousands of miles or hundreds of miles. But I would say that just because there's a storm, let's say in the northeastern part of the county, doesn't mean there's a storm elsewhere in the county. As a result, there can be a storm I'm not aware of because it doesn't affect the area I live in. And unless I read about it on the news, usually the only way I know is through support calls that start coming in with equipment that is powered off, won't come back on, or the internet won't work. The Subaru Mike called me with an interesting problem yesterday where he was in the middle of running a return at rockauto.com, and while he was uploading pictures, the Rock Auto requires a picture of the damaged item you're returning. The computer froze up on him, and then he rebooted the computer, and he cannot go back to Rock Auto. He just gets the spinning circle, and he went to another computer in the house. He tried a different browser. He cleared all the cache and cookies. He shut off the modem. He's got a modem router combo. Shut it off, left it off for a minute, plugged it back in. He can go to all other websites he wants to go to, same as always, but whenever he tries to go back to rockauto.com, he just gets the spinning circle, and eventually it times out. So he called me, and I went to Rock Auto and worked just fine. I logged in as him and finished his return for him. And I really don't know what the problem is. It seems to me that even though his internet didn't go out, I don't think it's a coincidence that this happens after the storm, and the cable company was probably out doing some repairs and for some other affected neighborhood, and in the process of doing that, there was a side effect they caused. That would be my guess, but if you have any ideas, let me know. Again, Edge, Chrome, all it gets is the circle, just the spinning circle like it's trying to load. Tried a different computer, and the website works perfectly fine for me, and it was working perfectly fine for him until that point. I thought maybe because he was signed into the account that there was some issue with that, so I had him, he was using Edge, I had him install Chrome and try that. Given that he's never had Chrome before, he wouldn't have him automatically sign in. It's a weird one. It's a very weird one. So yesterday was my day for support calls, and I knew that Sunday night. And we did have a power glitch here that was pretty weird. You never really saw the lights go out or flicker, but what happened was I have a projector, and the projector just randomly shut off. And we had lightning, by the way, all night. And I don't have the projector plugged into a surge protector. I just plug it straight in the wall because of where the projector is. I'm trying to keep the cabling as clean as possible. And I thought, well, that was weird. The projector just shut itself off. Everything else seemed fine. It turned it back on, and then was looking around the house for anything else and saw that the clock on my bedroom nightstand had all kinds of gibberish instead of showing the time. So there must have been some kind of a glitch that was very quick that more sensitive equipment reacted to. So, you know, on the one hand, I should know better, and on the other hand, I also enjoy the challenge of fixing things when it breaks. So typically when we have lightning like that and we know it's storming and raining, I will at the very least flip the switch on the surge protector for things like the cameras here, all this setup in here, and it's all very expensive. But that's all it did for me. For other people, it's my understanding people in Eloy, Arizona still don't have their power back on. And it was a pretty major storm. I think a house was destroyed in Mesa through what we call a microburst. It's kind of like a little tornado, something that just kind of hits quick, doesn't form a funnel cloud. It's a huge gust of wind and it'll blow through, and it's over typically in under 3 minutes. And usually affects isolated spots like a tornado would. But we didn't have that here. We had gusts of wind, but not like that. So as we get into the rest of July and August, our humidity goes up along with the temperature and our chance for rain. And we need the rain, but it's not a nice rain. It is stormy. You don't want to be out in it. It's not pleasant. So yeah, yesterday I had a higher call volume than normal, but again, I knew that was coming Sunday night. I'm like, better make sure my phone ringer is enabled for the calls that are going to come in the morning, especially the businesses that, you know, went home on Friday and everything was fine. And then when it's storming, they're at home, right? So everything at the business was left however they left it. So we don't know, or they don't know, come Monday morning if there's any issues. And if there is, my phone rings. So that kept me from broadcasting yesterday, and that's why we're here today. This is the build I was initially going to do on Friday. I thought I would do another build just to prep it and then do this one on Friday, but that turned out to be a bit ambitious. Roger says it could be a proxy server that Subaru Mike is suffering from that might be down in his area that hosts the Rock Auto website. Huh, well, that doesn't seem likely to me. Alaj Depeche says, Kerry, he can try to trace RT in the command line. I've never found that to be useful for me, but it'd be kind of interesting to see the results. I'm going to suspect it's going to just try and ping an address that translates to Rock Auto, and as long as it's the right address, if it's not the right address, obviously a DNS error. But if it is the right address and it's timing out, it still doesn't really help me. So couldn't hurt to do it. But I'm doing what I shouldn't do, which is I'm assuming that it's going to be a waste of time. But couldn't hurt. I did tell Subaru Mike yesterday to give it a couple hours and try again, and he did, and called me back and said there was no change. So my next suggestion was that maybe he didn't leave the modem router unplugged long enough. So to go ahead and unplug it, let it sit for 2 minutes, which is plenty, more than you should need for all the excess power, remaining power in the capacitors in the circuit board to drain, then plug it back in. Mike seemed to think that Rock Auto didn't want him to be returning stuff, and they were blocking his IP address and kept asking me, how does he get Cox Cable to change the IP address of his modem? Mike's not a technical person that way. It's not something I can easily explain other than you can unplug the modem overnight, and then when you plug it in the morning, the next day, it likely will give you a new IP address. Depends on the lease time that's set for the IP address from the internet service provider. Or you can go into the router settings and change you can have it clone a MAC address. So you can take the MAC address off a network card of one of your computers, for example, and tell your router to report that MAC address to the ISP. The ISP then sees that's a different device that it's assigning the IP address to. And since it's reserved the lease time on your current IP address, now you're going to get a different one. And even if you just do that and leave it that way for a couple days and then switch it back how it was, likely the lease time on the original IP address would be expired and you'd get another IP. I don't know, if you change the MAC address in the router, I don't see any reason why you'd ever have to or want to change it back. But that tricks the modem into thinking that it's a different device. But as long as it detects the same device, and the MAC address is unique for every network device, it's like a serial number, no two are the same. And the lease on the internet, the IP address, is set by the internet provider. There's no standard setting for that, and it associates that IP address it assigned to that MAC address. Then basically remembers it, so when you reboot the modem or whatever, you keep getting that IP address back. You have to not have or be using that IP address so that the lease time expires, and then the servers will offer that to some other Cox customer who's either new and setting up for the first time or has replaced their modem, something that would cause them to get a new IP. It puts your IP back in the pool. However, I don't believe Mike has an IP I don't believe his IP is being blocked. He really, truly believes that. But it's difficult when somebody oversimplifies, and I think that's what he's doing. He's oversimplifying and he's sticking to his guns. And I deal with that a lot with customers who want to tell me they know what the problem is. And all they want to know is, how do I do this thing to fix the problem? They don't listen or offer me the opportunity to tell them how to fix the problem. And this is a great example of that. They're blocking my IP address, Kerry. How do I change my IP address in my modem? Stop. You know, let me do my job. And if I determine that the IP address needs to be changed, but a lot of times when customers have their mind locked on to a certain concept, I'm not very successful in getting them to let that go. Furthermore, when I prove to them that, you know, when you follow my steps, I can get you to where you want to go faster, it doesn't make any difference in my experience that they just go right back and do the same thing again. They don't say, oh, maybe I should try a different approach next time and let you do your job. No, it doesn't work that way. They're so fixated on solving the problem, they don't care how it's fixed. And if their conclusion was wrong, it's no big deal. If my conclusion is wrong, then they get upset. So patience. Patience is also a requirement that makes it easier to help people with technical problems. So anyway, that's a weird one. I'll find out if Mike left the modem off a bit longer and plugged it back in and see if the problem is still occurring. And then maybe check DNS. We can change the DNS to OpenDNS or Cloudflare or something, just won't hurt. To get into his modem router, I don't even think he knows the login and password for it. And the remote access is a bit slow. I click something and I have to wait a second for the screen to respond. And I don't have the patience for it myself. So I will probably stop by and visit Subaru Mike tomorrow. And if the problem still exists, I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out when I'm there. It's very, very difficult with problems like this when a customer is giving you the information but may not be volunteering information that's critical that would solve the problem because they're not aware of it. And I don't know enough about the problem other than what they're telling me to ask for specific information beyond what I can conjure up in my imagination. But when I go there tomorrow, more than likely I'll have it fixed relatively quickly, unless it's an ISP issue. Frederick says, ask him to also try from his phone with and without Wi-Fi. So I did ask him to try it with his phone, but I did not ask him to see if the Wi-Fi was on or off because, again, Mike isn't that technical, and I'm not quite sure he knows how to do that. He might be turning on and off the Bluetooth. There's no way for me to know that he's actually on or off the Wi-Fi. I have to assume that he was on the Wi-Fi because even with his phone he couldn't get through. And anything technical that I can't see with my own eyes, I cannot walk Mike through it. I don't know what model of phone and what version of Android or iOS he has, but if I have it in my hand, I can just do it. But for most customers that call with support questions, it helps me to bring the same screen up on my screen because I don't have all of these settings memorized. And I can tell them, look in this area of the screen for this thing that says this, and then click it. And now you should see this screen that should show this. It is so difficult when you have to guide someone through click by click and you can't see their screen and you don't know exactly, in this case, it varies from phone to phone and from OS version to OS version. So again, if I'm there, I can try it with my phone, for example. I'm sure when I'm there, a problem like this, I should be able to resolve it in a more time-efficient manner that's less frustrating, because I can assure you, I was getting frustrated and Subaru Mike was getting frustrated, and that initial phone call, he refused to wait. He absolutely refused. He started a return and he was going to finish it. And the only way to satisfy his, first of all, it's an admirable quality to be so determined to overcome any challenge, but sometimes the best way to overcome a challenge is when it gets frustrating is to just drop it for an hour, 2 hours, and then come back when you're not so emotionally charged. Well, he was emotionally charged. So I ended up with him on the phone. I went to Rock Auto. He gave me his login credentials. Of course, he doesn't know his password, so we had to do the password reset request, which then kicks an email off to him in Gmail. But then he was frustrated because he clicks the link, it takes him to Rock Auto, and he just gets the spinning circle. And he's like, oh, now we're stuck. And I'm like, just forward the email to me. And he did, so I could click the link that was sent for the password reset. I asked him what he wanted his password to be. Then we changed it, logged in. Then he had to send me the pictures that he initially was trying to upload. Now look, he could have done this all himself if he were just patient, but that's just not who he is. And sometimes it's just easier and faster with some people to just humor them. It'll take less time, and he'll stop hounding me about it, right? So I'm looking forward to checking in with him later today and see if there's any change. And if not, and I'm kind of hoping there isn't any change. I'm kind of hoping it still doesn't work so I can actually see it. Because I think when I see it in person, I'll be able to figure it out. But doing it this way, it can be very challenging. Roger Hall says, we're Phoenix today here in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City is 109 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I think that's our temperature too right now. We were hitting 100 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's almost 1:30. We're at 108 according to my phone. And just checking on some messages here. Just spam. So, let me look back in the chat here. Taffer says maybe the site's trying to resume the upload. Well, that doesn't make any sense if he hasn't logged in on a different computer. So if he goes to, or even a different browser with the same computer, right, by installing Chrome and then trying to go to rockauto.com, it wouldn't know it was still the customer because the customer is not logged in yet with that new browser. Furthermore, he goes to a second computer. He's got a desktop and he's got a laptop just to see if the desktop's working. And again, the desktop's doing the same thing. So it's not specific to a computer, but it is specific to his internet connection for some reason, whether that's at the ISP, at the modem slash router, which I say, is one unit, or maybe a DNS related issue. Yeah, so it's not anything to do with his login, because I was able to log in. It's not anything to do with trying to complete an upload, because it didn't do that to me when I logged in as him. And it's not machine or browser specific. It's only specific to his connection, his individual connection. So it's pretty interesting. Hopefully I'll have a follow-up. If I don't mention it, do please ask and remind me to talk about the follow-up. I'll be over there, regardless, I'll be over there Wednesday. So if I broadcast on Thursday and I don't bring it up, please remind me to give you an update. Stowe has become a member for 3 months. Right on, Stowe. Thanks for joining our tech club. Richard Collins says hello. Welcome in, Richard. Adam thinks I look jaundiced. I don't know. What do you guys think of the colors on the camera? Let's get back to that again. I wanted to give it some time for everybody to get caught up. The person might be watching earlier in the stream when we were making adjustments. They may not be with us at the moment, you know, at the latest bit of the video that's being broadcast with that delay. Camera is a little bit crooked. I think I might have nudged it a bit when I was making some adjustments here. Let's go back this way. I'm still working on the improvements here in Studio B, including the offset on the camera. I'm trying to get the camera more centered, but I will also get rid of the streaming computer from the workbench because the workbench is already small as it is. And we'll find a desk I can put it on behind me, but this is pretty high up. So if I put the streaming computer that I want on the screen to show you guys, you know, the machine that's doing the work, if it's lower than this, you're only going to see part of it. So I'm still kind of on the lookout for a small table or something I can use to set a computer up. And I intend to switch the computer out from time to time because I have about 3 or 4 machines intended for streaming. And I've just left this one up here because I've had so many other things more of a priority. But that's the direction I'm going in. We are broadcasting in 4K now. And I've adjusted the bit rate a little bit, and I'm not quite sure how that's coming across. I'm seeing some moire patterns, which is probably due to the sharpness being cranked up. I don't know, does that look like the right skin tone? It's really, if anything, it's a bit exaggerated. A little bit exaggerated. Come back over here. That may be a contrast issue. Take another look. Playing with those, when we adjust the colors of the camera, one person might think it looks great, and another person might think it looks off. And what I'm trying to do is get a consensus. Skin color is off. Let's take a look here. I've been playing with the color a lot. If I reset everything back to defaults, just the way this camera would do it on auto, this is what it looks like. So that's everything on auto. That's the intelligence of the camera determining the auto white balance, the auto video gain. And to me, it just looks washed out. I don't prefer this personally, but if you set everything to auto, usually it's acceptable, but we should be able to do a better job than auto. So me personally, I don't like this default view. I think it looks faded. It's not as bright. It doesn't pop like it should. Yeah, it's too gray, agreed. So when we go in to adjust color correction, I do it in OBS rather than doing it in the camera because the lighting changes here in Studio B depending on the time of day. And if I use the camera for a presentation or put it in another environment and I reset it back to defaults, I'll never know how I had it to put it back the way it was. So with OBS, it's just far more convenient, it's far faster and easier, and I can get the results immediately by adjusting things like gamma, contrast, brightness, saturation, hue, etc. So if we go back to those filter settings in OBS and start from scratch again, first thing I have here to adjust is gamma, and you can see what gamma does here. Now, if I lower the gamma down, then things like lines under my eyes start to come through more. But if you look at the reflection on the Lazy Susan in front of me, you can see how the gamma can really make that seem like I can only define it as preferred, right? Seeing that reflection. If we crank it up too high, the reflection kind of isn't as noticeable. Or the grain of the workbench. Notice how the grain of the workbench changes Like, to me, the grain of the workbench looks better there. I don't necessarily think that I look better there, and we're at a negative 0.2 on the gamma. Normally I want the gamma, well, no, let's leave the gamma there for now, and then let's see what we can do with the contrast. So you can see here, contrast is really making quite a difference. What if we bring the contrast up? And then as far as brightness, you know, I think just the default on the brightness was about as good as it was going to get. Put that back how it was. Saturation. Now, saturation is one of my favorite things to play with, especially in editing photos. You can really make a photo that's okay look amazing, especially if it's a scenery shot, by just bumping the saturation up. Greens become far more green, blues far more blue. So if you got a picture of a lake and the trees, and then you crank the saturation up on that picture, you know, it's got a slider, and you move that around like in the adjustments properties of the photo editor in Windows 10. You can see for yourself what an amazing difference it makes, and it looks better in the picture than what it looked like in real life. But it's good for posting online and sharing, because people will look at it and go, wow, what an amazing picture. And it's subconscious. Most people don't recognize that the greens are ultra green or the blues are ultra blue. And it doesn't, what I'm learning now is it doesn't necessarily have the same benefit here in video. As I start cranking my saturation up, you can see I start becoming more red and orange. If I bring it down, things start to become washed out. So on video, very slight changes to the saturation, very, very minor changes can have a huge impact on your picture. And then what might look good for a product shot may not look right for a human being, because, well, the product labeling and graphics will be very vivid. You wouldn't know that that's not the way it's supposed to look. With a human being, and we're talking about skin tone, it's slightly different. So I might just leave the saturation, crank it just a little bit. Then the other thing I can do, if I turn the sharpness off entirely, because we are broadcasting in 4K, you guys are seeing a much bigger image than I'm seeing, and it's really difficult for me to tell how much of a difference that's making full screen. I can't go full screen and make the adjustments at the same time in OBS, but I do believe this is a far better way to adjust our video quality than going into the camera. One of the other issues I had with the camera is it's got a view screen, and I flip it towards the lens so I can see the camera's view screen. And on all the other cameras, when I flip the screen, the image flips, so the image isn't upside down. Well, on this camera, the image was staying upside down. It wasn't doing auto rotate. Apparently, this more expensive professional camera doesn't feature auto rotate for some reason, but what it does have, and that's why I said I was prepared to spend hours digging through menus, where is it, to find how to rotate the screen. On my other cameras, it's always buried in the menu. On this camera, on the screen, on the housing of the screen, right on the edge it says mirror, and then back behind where it says mirror on the edge, there's a small button that's flush with the casing enclosure of the screen, and you push that button and it flips it, and it just saves it that way. So if I fold the screen up and shut it down, and then tomorrow turn it back on and flip it back around, it remains in that orientation. So that means if I put the screen back to behind the camera, then that image will be upside down again. So it's a little inconvenient that I have to keep swapping that. I can't imagine a scenario where somebody would want the screen to be upside down. I never had a problem with auto rotate, so it's an added manual step, but it now that I know how to do it, it's the push of a button. I don't have to dig through menus. So what I'm getting at is a lot of the things I was prepared for, you know, here we go, I'm going to sit down and go through the manual, do some Google searches, turned out to be extraordinarily easy. My approach was wrong in that I was still doing things the old-fashioned way. Jamie McGregor with a £5 contribution said, just a heads up, I believe you're broadcasting in 2K instead of 4K. Not sure if others can stream in 4K. Love the content as usual. So first of all, thanks for the contribution, of course, and thank you for the heads up information. I don't know what options you guys are seeing, and I don't know, there's probably a setting somewhere that I'm missing if we're only getting to 4K. Let me just take a quick look at my YouTube feed. Error, you need to change the video resolution. Current video resolution is 3840 by 2160, which is not supported. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? It's not supported for this configuration. The expected video resolution is 1920 by 1080. So this is a message coming from YouTube Studio. So I'm missing something somewhere. I'm going to guess it's in my OBS. Let me just check OBS settings real quick. I cannot adjust the video output settings while I'm broadcasting, but I can at least verify what they are. So video is, now I got to walk up close to the screen. Bear with me for a second here. 3840 by 2160 is the base. 3840 by 2160 is the output resolution. I don't see what I'm missing. There's something somewhere. I know it can be done, and it's probably, I have to remind myself, because, you know, it's probably something simple, but I immediately get frustrated that I'm like, oh, now I'm going to have to research this, and, you know, it could take 10 minutes or an hour, I don't even know. It does appear universally everybody is getting 1440. And like I said, even YouTube is telling me. Even YouTube is telling me that my resolution's too high for my configuration. I'm a little puzzled. If it's configured for 4K, apparently it's not. I thought it was. I thought in OBS to broadcast in 4K on YouTube, all I had to do was change the, first of all, ensure I'm getting a 4K image coming in and make sure I'm sending a 4K image out. And that's it in OBS as far as I know. And I don't see anything. Output here, let's see, output. Yeah, I don't see anything here. I'm missing it somewhere. I'll have to look it up, and it's probably some little button I have to click. But we're working on it, right? It's moving in the right direction. Step by step, we'll get there. Hopefully, the color, the brightness, should look pretty dead on right now. I hope it looks good to me. Neil says 1080 is good enough. Well, the good news, Neil, is that if 1080 is good enough for you, you can always watch it at 1080 if I get this at 4K figured out. But for other people who say 1080 isn't good enough, it's just an option for people that didn't exist before for me broadcasting. We're trying to keep moving forward because even if 1080 is good enough today, it's just a matter of time before we start getting used to seeing 4K images, and then 1080 images are going to look a bit blurry. That's the same way that if you look back at the standard definition video that we used to watch, you know, all the way up through the early 2000s, 4x3 square, it looks terrible because our eyes have gotten accustomed to what HD looks like. But we didn't think it looked terrible in the 80s and 90s or the 70s. Fine Liberty says the sound level, clarity, and acoustics are perfect. Oh, thank you so much. That tells me I don't have to keep fidgeting with it. Adam was curious what would happen if the wall was not white behind you for the auto white balance. Well, it wouldn't matter if we set the white balance by hand, which is not rocket science. It's just one more added step I have to remember to do before I go live. Or once I set it and leave it that way, if I'm broadcasting at night, if the lighting in here changes, then the colors are all gonna be off. So I prefer to leave everything on auto that I can. Auto focus, auto gain, auto white balance, all of it for that reason. Now, the ultimate goal will be a house in Michigan with a basement, and the basement will have an area that's completely blocked out, no windows, and so I will have complete control of the lighting, and once things are set, they should never need to be changed. This is the way they make movies and TV shows. They have, if you've ever been on a studio lot, they have these giant warehouses. The warehouses do not have windows. They're these giant, tall warehouses. And it'll be called, you know, stage 36, stage 37, stage 38. And they will build out the warehouse for the show, including putting bleachers in if there's a live studio audience, or adding sprinkler systems if they want to replicate an outdoor scene, although I would imagine most of the time an outdoor scene is filmed outdoor, unless, like in a sitcom, they're going to B-roll shots of a house that the actors have never seen in real life. It's some real house they filmed somewhere, like the Brady Bunch house, or back in the day, Heart to Heart, you know, they had that house. And you can see those homes. They're real homes, I believe, in Beverly Hills. And Prince of Bel-Air is a real house. You can see it. But they don't shoot the acting and the design inside the house. Looks nothing at all. The layout of the house is nothing at all like what you see on TV, because that's all sets. So if somebody were to be, let's say, having a conversation on the porch outside of the house, this set would just simply recreate a small portion of the front of the house in the warehouse that they're filming in, and light it appropriately for day or night, whatever they want. Add some background sounds of, you know, bugs or birds, and that's typically how that's done. They don't say, okay, actors, let's pile everybody into the car and go to that house, film the scene we need for what is going to be a couple minutes, if that, of footage, and then let's all go back over to the studio. So again, they have complete 100% control of the lighting, and of course they also have people hired as part of the crew whose one job is to make sure that the lighting is correct. Whereas I'm trying to do multiple jobs of broadcasting and don't really have any experience in how all this goes together. So I appreciate your patience and your suggestions. Arkansas Magnet Fisher contributes $5. Here is some dough for you. I am upgrading my CPU from an i5-2400 to an i5-3570. When you do that, and you've had about a week of using it, let us know if that was a worthwhile upgrade, or if you barely notice any difference at all. Just kind of curious. We can all learn from your experience, and thank you for your contribution and for supporting the channel. Tim Too Much says he thinks the video looks better now than it did. Geo Johnson said, regarding Subaru Mike's issue, could running ipconfig release and then renew from the command line help? No, because the IP is not being renewed from the ISP. When you run the IP renew command, it's renewing it on something connected to your router. So the router is distributing those IP addresses in your local area network. Those are not those are non-routable IP addresses. So in other words, when you're connecting to anything over the internet, the IP address of your individual computer is not seen. It's the IP address associated to the router. And it's so, as far as anybody can tell, including your internet service provider, you have one computer. And if that router has 17 or 35 devices hooked up to it, it all funnels into one IP address through the modem. That's what the router does. So when you do a release and renew of an IP address, it's for fixing internet connectivity problems with an individual machine. But since Mike's having this problem on multiple machines, and again, because it's the internal LAN, local area network IP addresses, are non-routable. That would not be beneficial to resolving this problem. Lawn Dog said, Carrie, as you set up this camera system in studio, we will learn along with you and input. Our input to what we're seeing is also important. Well, I'm doing it for you guys. I want you guys to let me know what your preferences are with regards to how the picture's looking. I can only see it from this side of the camera, and then again, I have my personal preferences. When it comes to the content of my videos, I make videos that I want to make. I don't try and do the analytics and figure out what people want to watch. But when it comes to the quality of the video and audio image and sound quality that are being outputted, that very much matters to me about accommodating what people want, not necessarily what I want. In other words, I might have a personal preference for, as I mentioned, cranking up that saturation and making the colors a bit unnaturally deeper, and other people may not like that. So that's fine, that's my personal preference. We're gonna try to figure out what the general consensus is, and I can only do that through your voluntary sharing of your personal preferences. And then overall, we kind of see where what is preferred by the majority, and that's how we'll set it. If I knew what I was doing with lighting, if I was a professional photographer, I could probably set all this up without anybody's help, but I have to tell you, and I've said this before, setting up the cameras and setting up streaming and audio, and that is a whole different career. I'm just trying to teach or share with you my experience with computers. And in doing so, to do that as effectively as possible, I have to learn this stuff. And it's not completely foreign to me. I've always been interested in it, and went to college early on. Before I switched my college major to automotive, it was in video production. But we're talking 1989, 88, somewhere in there. A lot has changed since then. Lawn Dog says, Carrie, there's also a lot of signal and video changes that occur from the camera through your software and then to Google, and every time they do their process, that changes things a bit. This is true. YouTube's going to compress the heck out of the video signal. However, if my resolution output is at 4K, regardless, it should be in 4K. So I'm still missing something with regards to the resolution of maybe it's a limitation of live feeds. I don't know. Has anybody seen a 4K live feed before? Maybe YouTube doesn't do it. Can I put the Milwaukee driver on the screen? Yeah, so the Milwaukee driver is red. So you have something to base the color on, red and black. There you go. Paul Smith says you're doing a very awesome job, all from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Ah, you're too kind, Paul. Thank you. It's really difficult for you to understand the shade of red that that driver is. I see some of you are saying it looks brown. On my screen, it is bright red. So it may be on your side of things, but let me bring it up a little closer just so you'll see more of the screen consumed by it. I would say it looks orange, and in real life, it's not orange. So there's something off there. There is definitely, the color is off. Now, in the camera, I'm looking at my view screen, it's red. So this is apparently part of the adjustment in OBS that I have done. So that was a good idea. If I know what this color looks like in real life, I can see how it's different on screen, and that should get us to the better picture overall, instead of whatever I'm looking at with this particular layout of colors and distance from the camera. So let me go back to filters on camera 1, and we'll go back to color correction. And let's see if I can get this. Now I'm just curious, I'm going to crank it up to be a bit orange. And the reason I'm doing that is because I really can't tell until I get up close. Okay, so that is a bit too bright, but that's the color of red. It's just too bright. Let me go down a little bit here. Is that the saturation I was playing with? Let me zero out the saturation just to put it at default. Okay, so that's the saturation flat, defaulted. And let me see what this looks like now. It looks orange. It's weird because I'm seeing it red in real life, and I'm seeing it orange over here on the screen. What I need is, if I had somebody else here to hold this, so I have to keep going back and forth, figure out which way I need to go. I don't know if I'm cranking the saturation up and when I should be cranking it down. I always generally go forward with saturation. The other thing could be the hue. Let's see about the hue. Yeah, you can see very, very slight changes in the hue make huge, huge differences very quickly. Yeah, still orange. So we'll set the hue back to default. You know what, I was at a negative 2.7. Let's go to a positive 2.7 on the hue. Just move it the other way. Oh, it's looking better. That looks a bit more accurate. If anything, it's a bit darker of a red, and in this, it should be, those would be bright red, but it could be that the color is being affected, the brightness of these lights, in other words, probably oversaturated by the camera. That does seem better. What was I messing with? I was bumping up the hue. And then I don't want to bump it up so much that the camera looks good and then I look like The Simpsons, right? Let's bump it up to, we went from 2.7 to 2.9. Still seems just a little faded. There's something, it may not be a hue issue at this point. I think it was better at 2.7. there's got to be another one of these settings that's that I need to adjust for what I'm looking to get to where I'm trying to get to. A little frustrating. Even if I learn this stuff, right, and I'm like, okay, now I know, I will forget it because I don't. Once it's set, I probably won't change it for a very long time, and then I won't remember how I did it. So hue, opacity, brightness, and contrast. Yeah, you can see the yellow much better now back here. If anything, it's not quite that yellow in real life. So again, as we adjust the way something looks on camera, and the distance from the camera may affect how other things look, and it's about finding that balance. It's an exercise in patience if you're just figuring it out like I am. I'm sure, as I mentioned, a professional photographer could probably just go in and look at histograms and things like that and adjust it. Histograms have never made any sense to me, so I don't utilize them. Can I adjust only the red saturation? That's what Terrell wants to know. The filter, the color correction filter in OBS, doesn't allow you to, as far as I know, specify a specific color that you want to saturate. And when you saturate one, you're also saturating the others. So again, it's just about the balance, finding that balance, which again is very subjective. The in-camera settings would be a last-ditch thing because, as I mentioned, as the day progresses, the lighting in the room changes. And there are lots of settings in this camera. And the other cameras may not have some of those settings. And so for all of the cameras to look good as we switch from camera 1 to camera 2, they would each need to be manually adjusted in the camera menu. And it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. So my preference is, if I was shooting remotely, let's say, got the camera and I'm out on location, in the situation like that, really don't have a choice but go ahead and make your adjustments in camera. But when we're in a controlled environment and then we're using other models of cameras that don't have the same lens, it gets very easy for the differences between the cameras to become almost distracting to the viewing audience. The idea is I can switch from one camera to another camera and have the same brightness and the same color level. And it's much more accessible to me to do that in OBS, and there should be no reason why I should have to go into the camera and make those settings. So that's a default saturation. So maybe we just turn the saturation up a little bit. Bring it up to saturation of 1. So that moves it 10 microsteps up. And that starts looking orange again. So even that seems to have, little teeny tiny change has a pretty significant impact. So let's cut that in half. We'll go 0.05 above 0 on the saturation level. And again, this should be blue. This should be red. And that's pretty close. That's pretty close to what I'm seeing in real life, to what I'm seeing on my screen. I think we're okay. Whew. Bringing out. Not too flattering for my face. Really, I have a face for radio. That's what I've been told. This, and understand that if you're seeing something that appears to be orange to you, we both are probably looking at the same color, or your monitor is off. There's a, what is it, the Dodge Challenger or the Dodge Charger, where the a popular color in that model of car is red. At least it's red to me. And I've mentioned it. I'm gonna look at that red car, and they'll say that's orange. Like, that's not orange. That's red. They're like, no, that's not. It's orange. I'm like, no, there's an orange Challenger and there's a red Challenger. That's the red one. So you might be seeing this exact same shade of color that I'm seeing, but to you, you're seeing it as orange. So all I can do is go with the majority, right? See what the general consensus is, because I don't have any control over the quality of your monitor or how color accurate your screen is, let alone how you're defining, or how I'm defining, red versus orange. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting because if you want to see orange, if you stare at it, if you want to see orange, you can see it. And if you want to see red, I think you can see red too. But I would say, like, for example, this label. Not so much the driver itself, but the label looks orange to me. And the label is the same color as the driver, so I don't understand why it's playing games with me here. We do have something is not translating the color exactly. I wonder if there's another filter here in OBS. Well, that's not good. Okay, don't want to do that. No, that one's not doing anything. I don't want to crop or mask or color key or chroma key or render or scale or aspect ratio or scroll. I don't need any of that. Color correction is where this is the settings I've been playing with. I wonder if it might be a brightness issue. Take the brightness down and see if that makes it look a little more red. Let's take a look. No, that doesn't seem to have made a change. Put that back where it was. You can understand my discouraging attitude when it comes to this stuff, because it's very fine granular detail and experimentation to make very small adjustments. If I make too many adjustments, I'm not quite sure which one to change. So you got to do like one at a time, go in steps. Let me just hold this and see. That's not having an impact. Let me see if that's any better. Yeah, for some reason that label over here looks quite a bit orange. There may not be something I can correct with this OBS plugin. Gamma, contrast, brightness, saturation, hue shift, and opacity. Somewhere we should have an option to adjust the temperature of the image quality, and I don't see that. Oh, there is a color key here. Let's do a color key of red. See, to me, from a distance, this looks red. And when I bring it up close, of course, the closer I get, the lighting is different when you're closer to the camera. There's one other thing I can do. On the side of the camera, there is an adjustment, I do believe, specifically for the temperature. These settings don't seem to be doing anything. Oh, here we go. Well, that's definitely changed something. Let's turn that off and turn that one on. I think it got worse. Well, it's a puzzle. A fun new toy here. He's got a bunch of buttons here, and one of these might be just the thing I'm looking for, maybe. Or put everything back on auto, and it doesn't look like it went back. That doesn't seem to make a difference. Not sure. I may have just swung to the opposite side of saying, I better set aside some time so I can figure this out, to, oh wow, it's way easier than I thought. I should have everything I need within OBS. To now, like, all right, maybe what I need to change in OBS for my video image quality isn't 100% complete for the settings do help in OBS, but there's still something missing. We don't know how much of this is a result of the capture card. So I'm sure if I'm recording in the camera, the colors would be fine. It's that we're outputting that signal into a capture card. The other capture cards I have may process the signal better. However, the other capture cards are 1080 only. So for me to be at 4K, I don't really have a choice but to use the capture card I have. Dennis mentions the red dots on the battery lights make the case look orange. Well, Dennis, if you're just now writing that in the chat, you're about almost 10 minutes behind, and I would encourage you to move that little progress bar all the way to the right, or just simply hit refresh so that you should be about 90 seconds behind me. So if you're just now seeing the lights that I showed, that was about 10 minutes earlier, just so you know. Okay, well, I think we're good enough. Now, camera 2, I'm going to use that as a close-up camera, and that I've made some adjustments to. It looks a bit like the video gain's too high on camera 2. Just check. See if I can bring that brightness down a little bit. Yeah, I think I brought it down too far. That still looks darker. That appears to be contrast. No, it's too bright. Dial it down a little bit more. Pretty close, pretty close. I think in the camera setup, if I take it off full auto, I can adjust the color temperature. I thought I could do that in OBS, but I'm not finding it right now. There may also be a utility to adjust the video quality on the capture card itself. Configure video, output color range, bypass, shrink or expand. What does that do? I don't know if that's made any difference whatsoever. Configure crossbar. I don't know what that does. Color range, partial, color space, 700, I don't know what these do, 709 or 401. Again, I'm not seeing any difference here from, no idea what that's changing. I suppose that's not good. Let's put that back the way it was. All right, well, we messed with this for about an hour. I don't want to. Again, when things start getting frustrating or you feel like you're not getting some traction and you're not quite sure what else to do, best to move on to something else and then come back to it. Now, the 1440p versus, going to 4K, I'll also have to figure that out when I'm not broadcasting, because those settings appear to be the encoder in OBS, and something I must be missing there. But in the meantime, it's still a step up from 1080. So baby steps as we get through here. And let me just check one more time. So we do have some brightness, contrast, hue, and saturation on the capture card. I don't really see anything that's making much of a difference here. But it is a 3840 by 2160 signal that the capture card is processing. Video tone mapping SDR. Wonder if there's a way to get into HDR. Camera can do it. Don't know that the capture card can. All right, let's see if that looks a little better. I'm looking at the wall just to see if it's the same shade of white. Now camera 2 seems a bit brighter. Hey, there's $20 that comes in from Madi Yoel. Hey, Madi, thank you so much for your continual support and friendship. Saturation's really making a pretty good difference here. Okay, I think well, see, I'm looking at the Intel box. Now it looks blue, but now I look yellow. Well, let's try that and see how that looks. It looks pretty good. Okay. So yeah, once this is all sorted out, ideally it's not something we have to revisit again anytime soon, but it's really not something I can do until I'm live. And of course, if you guys don't like this part of it, I mean, that's fine, but it has to get done. And I appreciate those of you who are assisting me and helping to make sure we can get the best video quality possible, to appreciate, you know, the time, the effort, and the money that's spent in doing it. So enough of that for now. I'll revisit that later. Let me grab a Gatorade here. And I think I'm going to go ahead and start. The color looks really, really good right now. The blue box, the green Gatorade, the yellow lightning bolts, they're not as bold as they were before. Color seems, from what I'm seeing on my screen, exactly what it looks like here. So, CCTV user says, I hope no one is complaining. If this is the new camera, it will need to be tuned over time. Agreed. Yeah. All right. All right, so we can prep the board, huh? Let's get started. I think we're good enough for now. I think the color looks really good. I do encourage you to make sure you're watching the most recent part of this video. That some of the comments in the chat, I think, are coming from stuff we did many, many minutes earlier. And it's a little confusing because somebody's watching it and may not realize they're not keeping up with us. If you're not sure, you can hit the refresh button on your browser, and that should make sure that you are watching the latest content as it's being released, second by second. If you've fallen behind, then your comments in the chat room are a little confusing because those settings have changed since you've commented. It should be about a 90-second delay between when I say something and when you hear it. And it's very difficult. I'll have to think of a way that we can somehow synchronize that you guys know you're watching the up to the second feed, apart from just making sure that scroll bar is all the way to the right. Frog says, did not mention Windows 12 carries, do not mention Windows 12 carries head will explode. It's always kind of amusing to me that people are unaware of my Twitter feed, and I posted about the rumor about Windows 12 that came out, was it Sunday? Saturday or Sunday. And I've also speculated that Windows 11 might be an operating system that a lot of us will skip over. We'll go from 10 to 12. And I only speculate that based on Microsoft's behaviors of the past. And now it's looking more and more like my prediction is likely what's going to happen. If a Windows 12 does come out next year, I can't see any reason that I personally would ever even go to 11. But it's all just rumor, and sort of an official rumor, as official as a rumor can get. Microsoft will neither confirm nor deny, so who knows. Dave says, Carrie, having an international clock on the wall would do the trick. Actually, any clock, right? I mean, you guys can do the math. It's a matter of knowing the minute and second, the hour isn't going to be as minute of a difference. And then, of course, the time difference is never an odd thing. It'll always be, it's not going to be a minute. And the time difference between me and anybody watching is going to be adding or subtracting hours, not minutes or seconds. So just one clock, ideally, I think would be beneficial for that, or maybe have some an overlay on the screen to show my date and time down below. That might be an answer for it. It's an interesting idea. Appreciate that. Carrie, if you don't want to install Windows 11, why Windows 12? Well, from my perspective, it's very obvious, but I can appreciate that it may not be obvious to everyone. Windows 10 is going to expire in October 14th of 2025. So you definitely want to be on a newer operating system, a supported operating system, by October 14th of 2025. because I run a business, I have to have a balance of my time for how much I'm going to invest of my time to learn an operating system that none of my customers have, or very few. When I say very few, if I've got 1,000 customers, 10 of them might be running Windows 11 that I'm aware of. I'm not going to learn that and take the time to figure the ins and outs and registry tweaks and little nuances of Windows 11 for those 10 people. However, I do need to become familiar with a supported operating system at least a year before Windows 10 end of life happens, before the support ends in October 2025. So I don't want to make the investment of learning Windows 11 that very few of my customers have, and then turn around and have to learn Windows 12 with more investment of my time that more likely the customers will jump to when they have to, when Windows 10 support ends. So that's the logic. It's about running and maintaining a business, and any amount of time I spend doing studying, I'm not earning any money. The studying should be seen as an investment, no differently than buying a new camera or buying the lights. There has to be a return on the investment. I'm not just doing it because. You guys watching at home might just do it because. I don't want to support Windows 11 yet because I haven't had enough time to feel confident, and I also don't think Windows 11 has had enough time to mature. We want to give that a year. So in October of this year, Windows 11 will be a year old. That's when we can start looking at it seriously. But if we can confirm, if Microsoft does come out and confirm that Windows 12 will be coming out, and if that will be coming out before October of 2025 when Windows 10 support ends, then Windows 11 is a complete waste of time for me as a business owner. As an investment, I shouldn't be investing anything in it. On the other hand, when we're a year away from Windows 10 support ending, so when we're in October of 2024, I have to prepare myself for what's coming, and I don't want to do it last minute. I don't want that pressure. So I need to start adapting my systems to Windows 11 if there isn't going to be a Windows 12. And then if Microsoft waits until, let's say, summer of 2025 to introduce a Windows 12, I will already be invested in Windows 11. And that's going to be upsetting for me personally, knowing that I did all that in preparation for supporting an operating system that my customers will mostly universally have, only to find out now there's going to be a Windows 12. And get to do that all over again. And then I can tell you all the differences, all the nuances between 10, 11, and 12 will start blending together in my head, and it'll be really hard for me to keep straight, okay, wait, that's not how we do this in 10, or that's not how we do this in 12. That, on the support side of things, starts to get messy. James Edward S. with a very generous contribution of $50. He says, I owe you a lot for turning me on to Anthony Remus. He built me a killer machine. Well, right on. Anthony's a great system builder. And why don't you tell us a little about your system? What did you get spec-wise? Why? And how long have you had it? Frog says, Carrie, you said there's no such thing as Windows 11 in the past, and there never will be. That's correct. That's exactly what I said. And at the time that I said it, it was true. You have to understand that when you oversimplify words or take them out of the context of the time that they were published, the information at that time, I was 100% correct. 100% correct. And then Microsoft shifted. And if you want to go back even further, Like if you want to quote me, it's interesting from my perspective how some people, rather than learning the lessons that I teach, their challenge is to prove me wrong or to try to make me look like a fool. And it's upsetting because they don't seem to realize they're making themselves look like the fool when they don't take into consideration, if you look at the day and the year, or the time that I said that, the information was true at that time. I might say in 1965, there's no way we can put a man on the moon. And I was right in 1965, if I were alive in 1965. But then we put a man on the moon and the information changed. So if I were to say that after the information changed, then you could say, okay, you said this after the information changed and you were wrong. I also said, if you go back earlier, that I did not believe that Windows 10 was going to be the last operating system, despite the insistence of Microsoft that it would. Now, I had this is probably still on video here on YouTube. And the logic is, traditionally in marketing and in products, a product starts to feel stale. And that happens really quickly with technology. And so what I said was, paraphrasing, there's no way Microsoft can just say it's going to be Windows 10 forever, because it's going to feel like nothing's new to customers. Microsoft has to at least change the name in order to reinvigorate, new and improved. You take a look at a bag of Doritos, for years and years, now even cheesier. Well, how could it be even cheesier than when they said it was even cheesier the year before? Because every year it's getting more and more cheesy. It's just it's a way of refreshing the product and getting some buzz about it, and people feeling like psychologically this is newer and therefore better. So what I said was, there's no way Microsoft can keep Windows 10 forever, because at a certain point it's going to feel old and obsolete and behind the times, even if they keep everything up. And all we're talking about is a name change. Simply by maintaining that name, it's going to start to be a hard sell for Microsoft. It's going to feel like they're behind the times. So psychologically, from a marketing perspective, it had to change. It has to. And Microsoft kept insisting, no, we're just going to keep releasing updates and we're going to keep it up to date. I'm like, okay, let's see how long that lasts. Jose Acosta joins us in the chat, says, always nice to catch you live. I'm glad you're joining us today, Jose. Good to see you, my friend. Al Perez says hello. Welcome in, Al. Captain Blinsky says he's getting cheesier. Frog says it's there never is and never will be in the constant derision of Windows 11 that sticks in my craw. Well, what sticks in my craw is why someone would voluntarily subject themselves to something that bothers them. Well, you don't have to watch my channel. Your failure of comprehending the words in the context in which they were given is something you're choosing to do. And I don't have any control over that. Rather than pointing out all of the good things I've said that have been helpful to you and the information that I have taught you, you choose to instead focus on one thing that you don't like. And yet you continue to subject yourself to it and to express it to me as though it's my responsibility to seek your approval. And I don't know why you think that. You're not my customer, and how you feel about it makes no difference in my world. So if it really bothers you that much, I would suggest you not watch my channel anymore. People that have absolutist mindsets are going to live a life of disappointment. And how we choose to focus, if we choose to focus on negative or positive, or if we choose to interpret things with a negative intent or a positive intent, is up to us. Life is basically 10% what happens to you and 90% how you choose to react to it. If you think I am beyond making mistakes, if you think that the information I give will never ever change, then I think you're failing to give enough complexity to the subject matter of technology and how quickly it evolves. Information such as, this is the biggest hard drive there ever can be, for example, would have been a true statement until the way that they stored the magnetic data changed. Now suddenly a platter can hold more, but without that new technology, which didn't exist, we couldn't have gone beyond a certain amount of storage capacity given the amount of physical space we have to put it in. If we didn't have that technology before, then what I said was true at that time. So sometimes information doesn't age very well, but I would encourage you to challenge yourself to find something you do like and to focus on that instead. There's good and there's bad in my videos. It's not all for you. It may be for somebody else. So let that go. And if you're looking for all the negative, I just think you're really just punishing yourself, right? If something is bothering you and you're allowing it to bother you, that's a choice you are making. I cannot go back in time and change that. And not only that, I wouldn't change it because I wasn't wrong in that time. In fact, if you would have asked the CEO of Microsoft, you would have been told the exact same thing. So what? I don't run the company. If it was my decision to make, and I said I was never going to do something, and then I did it, I'd be right behind you with what your perspective is. And it's comments like that that I have been shutting the chat off to the general public, because it's those people who are the most entitled, who want to challenge me or embarrass me over their own personal issues, their own choice to not see the good of it, but just find the bad of it. And when they want to just highlight that as though everything else had no value or didn't matter. And you know, if stuff like that continues, well, I just flip a switch and we make the chat members only, which is why I did that. Again, I don't know what somebody is expecting as a result. What am I supposed to do? If the information was true at the time, and you say that, what are you expecting me to say to you? I don't understand what your goal is. And it's so disruptive to what I'm doing, it really takes a lot of fun out of it for me. Jose Acosta with a $10 Super Chat contribution says, I watched the new camera unboxing video and I'm glad you're able to get to it so quickly, or to get it so quickly. Have you had time to tinker with it more, although it's looking good as is? Yeah, I tinkered with it a bit over the weekend, but I still have more tinkering to go. Thank you for your kind words, your support, your contribution. Pratap Gunrig with a $10 contribution says, hello. Hi, Pratap. Pratap? I'm realizing that I didn't make James Edward S. a blue moderator. So let's give him moderator status with his very generous $50 contribution. Ryan says, I think I will wait for Windows 12, and I absolutely understand your logic the way you explained it. Well, and again, it's just a rumor. There may not be Windows 12 anytime soon, or maybe there is. Maybe the rumor is true. Really, It's speculation at this point. Glenn's Music says Windows should be renamed as Doors. That way a lot more people will get closure. Will Windows 12 stay 64-bit? Well, as far as I know, there are no 128-bit CPUs. So so the next thing would be 128-bit. It always doubles. So you wouldn't be able to install it on any processor you could buy. So it'll stay 64-bit. Look into the camera and say cheese, then we'll know if the camera was worth the money. You know what, Thomas? The lens on the camera is what makes the camera worth all the money. The lens on this camera is amazing. And the lens is usually the most expensive part of any camera. So because the lenses on all these cameras are not interchangeable, the only way to get a better lens is to get a better camera. I just have to learn how to use it better. We'll get there. Samuel Kowalski joins us and says hello. Makan said Windows 12 is true. No, it cannot be verified as a fact. It's industry talk, and we don't really know how much truth there is to it. I mean, it's true in the sense that there are official articles being posted by journalists about what's being talked about, supposedly what information is being leaked, but we really don't know it's true until Microsoft confirms it or denies it. Microsoft will not confirm nor deny this information, so we really don't know, but it's certainly possible. There's enough information that it's not a rumor that is easily dismissed just because somebody said something. The source of the information is a respectable source, but that doesn't mean that it's true or that Microsoft will follow through. There may be discussions within Microsoft about it, but that doesn't mean Microsoft has made a decision. We don't know if Microsoft has made that decision. And the only way we will know is when Microsoft tells us. Anybody else that says it won't matter. Ryan contributes $2 Canadian. He says, thank you for responding to my comment. The whole point of YouTube is to be able to interact. Otherwise, I could just record videos, post them on other platforms, or be on TV. But I can't interact with you if you don't participate in the chat. And I would hope that your participation would be kind and supportive, not challenging or trying to do something in a negative way. We have an amazing community here, and I very much am protective of it and would like to keep it that way. So I like to keep positive thoughts. If there's a good way to look at something or a bad way, if there's 10 things I say and the vast majority of them are you're approving of, and there's a couple you don't approve of, you don't need to let me know what you don't approve of unless you're paying me and I'm working for you, like you're writing a check out to me. I don't have the obligation of seeking that approval. And the reason I make my videos, again, I don't make videos for trying to follow analytics or pander. What I do is make videos I want to make, and I hope that they will attract like-minded individuals. If individuals see this kind of video and they just don't get it, it's allowed. There's lots of other videos to choose from. Instead of trying to force me to accommodate you, if you're not covering the costs and expenses of doing this and I don't have to report to you, it'd be a lot easier for both of us if you found something, another channel on YouTube that was more aligned with your point of view and your perspectives. So there's a lot to choose from. And what I'm hoping for here is that we continue to have and build this amazing community of kind and supportive individuals. So we hope that if you're not a part of the community, you'll consider becoming a part of it and keep it positive. Happy birthday to the Greek. Paul Smith said, I've learned so much from watching your videos, and now I've built some computers and I enjoy it very much, and thank you, from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate the kind words. See Mike Yazzie joins us in the chat. Wise young baby Grogu says, I love what you do. You're the best tech channel on YouTube. Well, again, some people will disagree, but that's okay. They don't need to, no one's forcing them to watch the channel. So again, I appreciate kindness. I really do. Kelly Stewart said, here's a positive statement for you. This channel rocks, so rock on. Well, thank you, Kelly, as always. Adam Wood said, even with 2 degrees in the IT field, I still learn a lot from you, Carrie. Well, thank you. Well, it's what I'm hoping to do. I don't know what things I'm saying are new information to any specific viewer. So I'm glad if there's little bits of tidbits here and there that you're benefiting from. Best I can hope for. Thank you for letting me know. Thomas Yeager with a $20 contribution said, I wish my children could listen to your wonderful life advice. Such wisdom. However, I'm the only geek and programmer in the family, and they hate computers. Yeah. Yep, I can relate to that. Chip wants to know, what kind of case are these parts going in? This will go into the Corsair 200R. The customer that ordered this doesn't want RGB. They do not want a glass window. They do want an internal DVD drive. And more cases aren't having the ability to add an internal drive, internal optical drive. And more cases are glass panels and RGB. So we stick with the timeless Corsair 200R for this build and the next one. Ryan contributes 2 Canadian dollars and says it's 33 degrees here in Hamilton, Ontario today. I would assume that's Celsius, and that would be warm. Glenn's Music says, Carrie, I owe you thanks, and I wanted to say it publicly. I was resurrecting a very old computer, and a BIOS reflash brought the dreaded inaccessible boot device. Your 6-part video saved me. I'm just glad that you sought out the solution yourself and didn't immediately come to me and say, how do I fix this? Until after you tried what you could think of to resolve it on your own, and then come to me. The fact that you did it in the right order, which resulted in you not needing to come to me, that's the goal here, is to make you self-reliant, to be able to have you do that. And at least make an honest effort to try and find the solution. And only after you've run out of ideas that you would email me personally. However, you're welcome to ask any of your questions or that you're trying to resolve regarding computers or technology here in the chat room, because as I've continually said, not only do we have an amazing, friendly, kind, and supportive audience, but many of you are very technical and very experienced and may be able to provide an option of a solution to people asking questions that I may not know the answer to or may not be in my field, or I may not see your question. So don't be afraid to ask the community during any live video, for sure. Tim Teal wants to know if I've ever had to use a video card support stand. No. No. I'm not aware of a build where you would have to use it. The idea is that it helps prevent sagging over time. But as far as I know, it's always an option. You can choose to use it or choose not to. And Frog says, I've been watching your videos for more than 10 years and will continue to do so. Well, right on. I appreciate that. But I hope you will find things, tell me about things you like, rather than telling me about things you don't like from the past, because I can't change the past. I can't go back and redo it. And as I mentioned, I wouldn't redo it, because at the time when I made it, that was the official word as far as Microsoft went. There was no... Microsoft had been saying that since the preview releases of Windows 10. When I say Microsoft, it was one individual that worked for Microsoft PR, I believe. And that one individual is really the one that caused all this. But Microsoft never denied what that individual said. So when I say Microsoft said, it's one individual from Microsoft said it, and then all the journalists, you know, all picked up on it. And Microsoft let that go, and like I said, made no attempt to correct it, or deny it, or confirm it, quite frankly. And since it was an official source from Microsoft, I mean, if you can't believe an official source from Microsoft, who do you believe? CCTV user says, my complaint is that we never see Coca-Cola on the stream anymore. And especially in the summer, it's just not refreshing for me. Paul Smith says, what do you think of the mini computers? Do they run too hot? More like a laptop, I think. Yeah, they are kind of like a laptop in that everything's very compact, like on the Intel NUC or some of these mini PCs or stick computers. They're not meant to be having heavy resource tasks run on them. They're great for general web surfing, email, stuff like that, general office work, Word documents, Excel, spreadsheets. They all work fine. Signs, you know, display signs on stores are often run on the mini computers where you want to have something that takes very little footprint, something you can easily hide or they can mount behind the monitor, and it's a nice clean installation. So these computers exist to fulfill a need, but not to fulfill all needs. So you pick the one that fills the need that you have, whether it's a budget need or space need or whatever that need could be. Could be lots of variables there. Arthur Ortiz with a $5 contribution. Right on, Arthur. Thank you. All right. I love the B560 HD3. That's why you're seeing a lot of them. When it comes to best bang for the buck, the number of video outputs we have, number of memory sockets we have. When I bought these boards, they were on sale for $89.99, and that was probably 8 months ago, and I bought a case. I've never bought a case of motherboards before. But seeing what had happened with the previous generation of boards and how quickly the price fluctuated, or they went out of stock, or they don't make it anymore, I said, not going to do that again. I'm going to just order 10 of them. And 10, it turns out, is an entire case. And I'm working my way through the case. I think I have 4 left. And when they're gone, and we'll move on to probably 12th gen builds after that. This board today at Amazon, I think they had one available. and I think it was 140. It's about 50% more than I paid for it. Same exact board. Adventures with Steven says $141 for the board on Amazon, compared to the $89.99 I paid when Newegg had them on sale. And the non-sale price at the time, I think, was $109.99 or something. So even then, even at 110 bucks, it was a good price. And as you can imagine, if I bought 10 of them, then you can multiply, you know, if we're looking at 141 versus 90, multiply $51 times 10. It's a $510 savings when you scale it. Geo Johnson says he thinks I missed some contributions. Oh, let me check. Let me check. Well, Geo Johnson's contribution of $10. He says, the badge on the front of my home-built computer says it all. Inspired by Kerry Holzman. Thanks, Gio. Is that the only one I missed? Bruce Hilton contributed $5. Sorry, I missed that, Bruce. He says, you're okay with me, Kerry. Thank you, Bruce. I think I got everybody else. I think. Oh, Find Me in Hawaii contributed $10. I missed that one. Thank you to Find Me in Hawaii. And then Find Me in Hawaii did a $5 contribution and then a $1.99 contribution. How did I miss all of those? Thank you. I apologize for not paying better attention. Ryan wants to know if 4 gigs of RAM could cause lagging in a laptop with Windows 10. Oh, absolutely. Anything below 16 can cause lagging. But I would certainly not run Windows 10 on anything under 8 for that very reason. You have to understand that when it runs out of actual RAM, it starts using virtual RAM on your hard drive, which is much, much slower. It would cause extreme lagging. Jose says you missed my doggy donation. Let me go back and look. Oh, you're right. Right by when Bruce Hilton, I mentioned I missed his. Yours was right after his. You contributed $10 and you said this one's for the boys. Lyle and Jimmy missed them. I should be broadcasting the first week of August, I think, from Studio A, and I'm sure the dogs will wander in and out through the broadcast like they normally do. Thank you, Jose. Okay, so let me go over to camera 2. Let's try this out. See how this is going to work today. I'm going to work on another way of doing these close-ups, but for now, that's what we'll do for today. Go ahead and put the CPU in here. We've got a 11600k. This is the best bang for the buck. Amazon's got these for $199. 6 cores, I believe. 12 threads. It's no slouch. Built-in video integrated right onto the CPU. So buying a discrete graphics card is optional. Brian contributes $2 Canadian. Says, thank you, Kerry. That answered my question about RAM. Right on. Well, thank you for, again, participating and interacting with me and your supporting the channel as well with your generosity. I appreciate you. Jose Acosta with another contribution, $5. He says, I have a 1440p 2K option in YouTube. Did you just start streaming in 1440 since the new cam? Well, I thought I was streaming in 4K, but the short answer is yes, yes. Let me get the CPU installed here. Nailed it. There we go. I always throw all the spare parts in the motherboard box for any repairs or upgrades that once this machine is in the customer's possession, they don't have to come back to me. I hope they will choose to, but they're not tied to that. Paul Kitching says, my new motherboard arrived for my new graphic effects build, and it was shipped in a paper wrap, and there's a hole in the wrapper and the box. Would you keep it? I'd visually inspect it for any damage. If I didn't see anything, if it's just the box that got damaged, I don't care if the box gets damaged. I would, if I don't see any physical damage, I would go ahead and give it a shot, knowing that you've got, assuming you've ordered it from like Amazon or Newegg, generally you have 30 days to return it. So I would get a CPU and RAM in there and a power supply and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, I'd probably be very quick to conclude it was damaged in shipping, even if it was a mistake I made. So be aware of that as well. At the end of the day, it's your comfort and anxiety level. But modern electronics, especially motherboards, things that are solid state with no moving parts, can take quite a lot of abuse. Viewers, what would you do if it were you? H's wants to know if underclocking is safe on an Asus 690 motherboard. Anytime you're adjusting the power or frequency requirements of the CPU outside of the engineering design, it's risky. I can't tell you if it's safe or not. I don't know. I would wonder if why you're doing it is worth the risk. And my main concern would be reliability, that the machine would start to blue screen. And then I would wonder why you would second guess the engineers. And I would wonder what's the benefit for you to underclock or undervolt the CPU. Most, and when I say most, I mean 99.8% of all computer users don't have a requirement to do that. It's usually something a hobbyist does for reasons that are more emotional, curiosity, than they are actual return on investment to make the risk benefit worthwhile. So I wouldn't undervolt and I wouldn't overvolt, I wouldn't underclock and I wouldn't overclock. The CPU already does that on its own. A modern CPU automatically undervolts, overclocks, underclocks. Well, it doesn't underclock, but its frequency will change based on the demand, and so will its power consumption. And if you just leave it the way it was engineered, that will give you your best performance, your best reliability. So you'd have to have one heck of a reason to justify, in my opinion, making changes outside of the engineering specification. Paul Kitching says, cheers, Carrie. Board is on payments from Amazon and isn't now. Plus, it's now more expensive, so might keep it. I just worried about not knowing if I had a whack and would it, oh, if the board had a whack, somebody smacked it and would have a problem later on. Well, I mean, this is true for everything in life. Whether or not it's supposed to be good later on doesn't mean it's going to. So my concern would be, is it good today? And because it's electronics, generally speaking, it's not something that will occur over time. If the damage is there, you know, with digital electronics the way they are now, it's 1 or 0, it's on or off. It works or it doesn't work. Those earlier days when we were using tubes and things like that, you could get some flakiness and they were very fragile, and tolerances were much less forgiving. So there's no way I can reassure you of your concerns regarding if it could have a problem in the future. There's nothing one way or the other that would indicate that one way or the other. You would need to be a fortune teller. You would have to have a way to see into the future. I would say, you know, whatever your warranty is through the board manufacturer, that should be your peace of mind. So at least for that period of time, if there is a problem, you can always RMA it back to the manufacturer. That board warranty is it like 3 years? So that would be your peace of mind. Just because you get let's say you got another board of the same make and model and it arrives without any damage, doesn't mean that board's not broken. Any more so than the damaged box that the other board came in doesn't mean that board is broken or not broken. You just can't tell until you go to use it, unless there's physical damage you can see with the naked eye. The anxiety over any damage to the product when there's damage to the box is justifiable until you examine the product. If the product looks fine to you, then try it. If the product doesn't look fine to you, then return it. Beyond that, everything else would be the same once you get past that point. So I think you might have a little anxiety about it, but I wouldn't be afraid of it. It is what it is. And the only way you're going to get the answers to your questions will be through experience. Colin Hunt with a 20-pound contribution says, good evening, Carrie and community. Great show. Hey, Colin, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the contribution. I just realized I didn't take the little M.2 screws out, did I? There's one. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. There's the other one. They were kind of hidden. That's why I didn't take them out. Out of sight, out of mind. Winston Liu contributes $1 Canadian. Thank you, Winston, as always. Midnight Club wants to know if a 280 millimeter all-in-one is enough for a 10900K. It depends what you're doing with it. I mean, this Mugen 5 right here could be enough for a 10900K. So again, the only way you're really going to know is by using it. If you're going to overclock the CPU, there probably isn't a cooler that exists that would keep it cool once you exceed a certain amount of voltage that you're generating so much heat. If you want to just keep it stock and you're not overclocking it, you wouldn't need a 280 millimeter liquid. You wouldn't need any liquid cooler to cool it. However, if you're an extreme user and you're using the computer for extraordinarily resource-intensive tasks that are going on for hours and hours and hours, just a few minutes, not most people, you know, the CPU ramps up for a minute and comes back down again and then ramps up. And this will go on throughout the day as you use it. But if you are doing something extraordinarily resource-intensive, then a liquid cooler would probably be helpful in that circumstance. Will the 40 series cards from NVIDIA be coming on the market this year? It is my understanding that they are, and it certainly appears with the aggressive markdowns on a lot of the existing NVIDIA graphics cards that NVIDIA is trying to move them. And I can only imagine the reason why they're trying to get those cards sold is so now they have a place to put all the new ones, right? To put the focus and the emphasis on all the 40 series. So I think that's coming out this year. Paul Kitching says, now that that's sorted, I have another question. I need some DDR5 RAM, but isn't the majority of the available DDR5 RAM a bit slow at the moment? I don't know, Paul. That question, I haven't touched any DDR5 yet. It's finally become more reasonably affordable. Instead of being 5 or 8 times more expensive than regular DDR4, now it's only about twice as much, maybe 75% more. So you'd have to ask somebody who, well, perhaps in the chat room somebody can answer the question, because I don't know. I haven't even so much as had a stick of DDR5 in my hands. Ross says the 280mm cooler will be quieter than a 240mm since 140mm fans don't spin as fast as 120mm fans to move as much air. This is true. However, the all-in-one coolers usually have to be replaced within 3 to 5 years, depending if the pump dies, if the fluid inside gets gummy, becomes less effective. So all-in-one coolers are generally temporary, whereas a tower air cooler would never need to be replaced. And the tower air cooler is usually a lot easier to install and is typically less expensive, significantly less expensive than a liquid cooler. So pros and cons every way you look at it. You just pick the one that's best for your specific needs or desires or budget. Just going to put this little M.2 screw in over here. So if the customer wants to add another NVMe drive in the future, they won't have to go looking for the screw. It'll just be there. And then you can put the Intel. Is this the 660 or the 665? Guess I'll have to look on the drive. I was about to take my glasses off, and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm going to need those in a second. Put the documentation in the box. See if I can go back to camera 2. Not quite sure how to get you a better view of that. Today, these close-ups are not going to be very good because I don't have anybody to work the camera. But I'll be doing another similar build on Friday. If you want to see better close-ups, we'll get those to you on Friday. Or you can look at some of my past builds. I've built a lot of these for the most part, they're nearly all identical in their configuration. And regardless if they are or they aren't, the installation is still the same regardless. So is this the 660 or the 665? It is a 660. So Intel sold off their solid-state storage division to SK Hynix, and SK Hynix has spun it off with the brand name of Solidign, S-O-L-I-D-I-G-N, I think is how you spell it. And it's weird because when you buy the Intel storage drives, they still have the Intel branding on them. But that's going to change. Let me move this aside. We don't need this yet. John Williams says, Carrie, I bought a motherboard at Amazon warehouse that was sent back for what I believe needed a BIOS update in order to support a Ryzen 5 5600G, and it's been running great. You teach well. Well, I'm glad you were able to save some money, and that's pretty common with AMD processors, that somebody would send a board back because they put their chip in and it didn't work. You're not likely to have that experience with an Intel-based system. I'm not saying it's good or bad. That is what it is. I think buying the returned CPUs on Amazon, especially if it's sourced from Amazon warehouse, I've never had a bad one, never, ever, ever. So what if you get the cardboard box? You know, the CPU, when you buy them used off Amazon, they're usually just in a container like this. Hey, that makes for less trash you got to throw out. I haven't had any that were scams, you know, that were remarked or didn't work. So if you're looking to buy a CPU and you want to save some money and you buy from Amazon, look under used and new and see if any are being provided from Amazon warehouse. If it's a third-party seller and it's a price that seems really, really good, look at the reputation of the third-party seller. And check the return policy of the third-party seller as well. The reason I would buy it from Amazon warehouse is I know if there is a problem with the board, I can send it back to Amazon within, I think, 30 days, and it's not a hassle. It's no big deal. But when you buy from a third-party seller, they might not accept returns, or there could be a return fee. So the peace of mind with regards to customer service, getting help if you need it, might be a little bit more of a risk, and that more risk may result in more savings. Sort of like if you're going to buy from somebody on eBay who's a new seller, are they legit? Who knows? So fewer people will bid on that product or that object for sale because the seller hasn't established a reputation as being good or bad yet. As a result, it'll likely sell for less money. So you're going to take on a little more risk, and the reward for that is that you got a good deal. You save money. Killer Bishop says the purpose of packaging is to take the damage, so the product is protected inside. So as long as the product is not damaged, the packaging did its job. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Certainly people who buy things that are collectible, like let's say Funko figures, if the box arrives damaged, they don't want the product because the box affects the overall value or collectible value of the product. In the case of a motherboard box, of course, it hasn't happened that I'm aware of yet with technology where people are collecting boards and want them mint in box. So therefore, you want the box in good shape. Don Allen contributes $10. He says, it looks like you're due for another Gatorade. It is. It's getting a little warm, too. I want to put this cooler on, though. Speaking of warm. Come on now. Fans are making a lot of noise on the streamer today. I suspect that's because this room is really hot. CCTV user contributes £5, says, it's been about a month since I donated. Do as you wish with this one. Thank you, CCTV user. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of this. Should be good to go. Just put that out of the way. Make the adjustment to the back plate. Can't remember which direction I was going. It's this way. It's kind of hard to tell which ones I've moved. These screws have two positions. They're in the outer position towards the edge for the latest 12th generation Intel CPUs. It's a different socket. It's a socket 1700. So out of the box, it's pre-configured for socket 1700. So by simply removing this little plastic cap, it allows me to move the screw to the position closer to the center of this back plate, and now it'll work on socket 1200 and socket 115 whatever, 1150, 1155, 1151, 1156. All those are the same socket. I mean the same size and dimension socket. Or not the same socket, or they wouldn't be given different names. There we go. Ian wants to know, after all the years of making PCs, have you ever gotten wrist damage? So there is a concern about repetitive stress disorders and carpal tunnel, things like that. I've been very fortunate that way, especially with as much as I type, and not having really good posture when I'm sitting and typing. I will say sometimes my wrists do bother me, but I haven't had anything that has stuck with me for a long time. Like Sunday and Monday, it was really hard for me to bend this wrist. Today it's perfectly fine. Are those early signs that carpal tunnel's coming? Maybe, I don't know. But until it becomes a static, discomfort, I can say, as far as I know, I don't have any repetitive stress disorder or carpal tunnel yet that I'm aware of. I could be getting signs of it, but on the other hand, that's the wrong bracket. Long before computers, people would still have pains in their wrist or their hands from arthritis or heavy labor, if what they did for a living involved working with their hands day in and day out for decades. It can take a toll on the body. But it's definitely my excuse for using the electric driver. I think the electric driver is really what's benefited me the most. Feels like my AC is not working in here. It seems like it's getting hotter. Let me tell you something. If you live in the hot climate areas and your air conditioner goes out this time of year, air conditioning companies are having a hard time getting a lot of air conditioning parts. So that worries me a little bit. Pratap Gunrig says, Kerry, I have a Gigabyte A320M S2H motherboard with an AMD CPU, but display I have to install video card or no. That depends on what AMD CPU you have. If the AMD CPU has the letter G on the model name, then that stands for graphics. It's got integrated graphics. And then, of course, you've got to check your I/O ports of your motherboard. I don't know that board that you mentioned off the top of my head. But if there's no video output ports on the board, then it won't matter what the CPU has. So with those two things, the Greek says the Lazy Susan that Kerry uses is brilliant. I need one. Yeah, they sell them on Amazon. The price has gone up about $10 over time, but still a bargain. The link for the Lazy Susan is in the video notes. If you look at my Amazon store link, and then it'll say production equipment I use, or tools and equipment I use is what I think. And there's a whole list that includes the electric driver, most of the tools, and including the Lazy Susan and the flashlights and all that. Are there any good ergonomic mice? Ergonomics can vary from what benefits one person and is uncomfortable to another. So the best thing I would advise you to do is, if you go to a retail store that might have them on display where you can feel them, and also look at the major brands of mice. And again, depending on if you're doing like gaming or if you're just looking for like a good overall in general mouse. But first place I look would be Logitech. See what they have to offer and then compare from that. Okay, so, oh yeah, I was installing the cooler. And let me get a renewal on my Gatorade here, so I'm going to step off camera for just a minute. Give me just a second. Let me set this down. I was looking for a package. It has not arrived yet. I've got a 2 terabyte Samsung NVMe drive that should be arriving anytime, and I need it for tomorrow's build. Oh, those are on sale right now at Amazon. The Samsung 970 EVO Plus, that was a bargain at $199, is $179. That's the price yesterday, and that was the price last I checked today. 2 terabyte Samsung 970 EVO Plus NVMe M.2 drive, $179.95 or 99. That's a great deal, and free shipping, free overnight shipping if you have Prime. Forgot to mention that. Pratap says it's an AMD CPU. Yeah, you already said that. And what I said was, which AMD CPU? What is the model? AMD makes dozens of CPUs. So if you want me to give you more definitive information, well, more specific information, you need to give me more specific information. I can't, if you're vague with me, my answer can only be vague in return. It's like, I have a Ford car. How much gas does it take? Which Ford car? What's the model number? See what I'm getting at? Kenny Whidden said the 500 gig 970 EVO Plus is on sale for the same price as the 980 EVO. I wasn't impressed with the 980 EVO. Was it the Samsung Magician? Or it was the NVMe driver didn't work with it, and the performance wasn't very good. Now the 980 Pro, different story entirely if we're talking going to Gen 4. Those were on sale as well, but not that cheap. So this system I am building for a customer named Kenny, and Kenny lives, where does Kenny live? think Kenny, sometimes I get everything confused and jumbled up. I deal with so much information every day. I want to say Alabama. This system, I think, is one going to Alabama. And what's interesting is I don't ship to Alabama very often, and I just shipped one last week to Alabama as well. The one I build on Friday, that'll be going to a gentleman named Giordane from Haiti, and he lives in New York. So that one's going to cost quite a bit of money to ship. Should be done with this. I always include this in the box when I do the Mugen 5. Let the customer have it, and you don't have to just use it for the computer. You can now have a pretty decent number 2 Phillips screwdriver with a magnetized tip that you could use for anything you might need a screwdriver for around the house. Little bonus. Flight Sim Mike says, isn't Gen 4 the way to go for SSD future-proof? Not necessarily. The difference in the generations is the potential for the amount of data you can transfer in and out of the storage device. And each time we move up a generation from Gen 3 to Gen 4, the speed doubles. So our maximum speed on Gen 3 is about 3,600 megabytes per second. The speed doubles then to about 7,000 megabytes per second on Gen 4. And now Gen 5 has already been defined and will be out probably next year. That'll double it again. The problem when we keep doubling things is the amount of return on investment shrinks. So if you take something that, we'll just use a generic example. If something takes you 2 minutes from start to finish, and now we can cut that time in half, that's a significant improvement. Go from 2 minutes down to 1 minute. That means you can do twice as much in the same amount of time, making you more productive. And if we're talking about business, productivity relates to how much work you can get done, and theoretically, how much money you can make from the work you've done. So, in the same 8-hour day, if you're constantly doing I/O as part of your job, and you're able to double your production output, you could double your income. Now, say you're at a minute, and you go from that to the next generation, which now saves you 30 seconds. Still a bit more productive, but not as much. Now you're at 30 seconds, and you double it again, and now you've only saved 15 seconds. Then you double it again, and now you've only saved 7.5 seconds. And you double it again, you see where I'm going with this, 3.5 seconds. It starts diminishing. Most end users, and I mean by far, we cannot tell a difference between Gen 3 and Gen 4, and probably not to Gen 5. This would be sort of a more extreme user. So no, Gen 4 isn't something you should just jump to because it's newer, therefore it's better and future-proofed. No, not so. If your system was taking 13 seconds to boot with a Gen 3 SSD, and you go to a Gen 4, your improvement in boot time may only be about 3 seconds, maybe. Most people wouldn't notice 3 seconds. So it's up to each individual to decide which is best for them. The newer is also going to be more costly, and it generally runs hotter. So unless what you're getting is a longer lifespan, more terabytes written per cell, maybe. But even then, as it stands today with the Gen 3 stuff, most people are unlikely ever going to wear the drive out, not under normal usage. So at least not for, like, I've read up to 70 years, but even if we cut that in half and said 35 years, you will likely replace the drive for other reasons involving compatibility with other technology, better storage, or whatever that reason may be. Some form of improvement over time. So would I advise somebody to spend more money to get more power if they don't need it and wouldn't notice it? I mean, they're going to notice. They're going to notice the money. I guarantee universally everybody notices the money. But is it worthwhile for them to make that investment simply because it's newer? No, of course not. But you might be of the mindset that the reason you're building in your mind is to have the latest, regardless of what the real world impact is. You just want the latest, and so you're willing to pay more to have that. I will always take the approach, because I am running a business and I'm dealing with people that are also running a business, what makes sense for the business to invest in? What are they getting in return for the money? And so if they're spending significantly more and what they're getting back isn't even going to be noticeable, I would recommend to the client they don't spend the money on that. Let's spend it on something that would actually improve the investment, or the performance or the productivity of the machine and how it's being used. So maybe that would be more RAM, or maybe that would be a faster processor, or maybe that would be a nicer monitor, something that will actually make a difference to the person who's using the computer. This assumption that the latest and greatest is always preferred is really for people who have the money and the time to make those investments, or for people who can justify the time and money with a return on that investment, that they're going to be able to do something they couldn't do before, or do more of it that ends up in a real world practical situation that improves the quality of their life, the quality of their work, the amount of work they can get done. Sometimes customers just want things because they're swept up in the hype. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't generally consult with customers based on hype. I consult with customers based on their needs, their expectations, and their budget. The computers that we build, like this one, we should get an 8-year lifespan out of it, regardless of what generation, if it's DDR4 versus DDR5. Again, not likely a difference that most people are going to see. You really need a 12900K or higher to see any benefit with DDR5, and that's assuming you use the computer in a way that would even open the opportunity for you to see the difference. So as we continue marching forward with the technology, eventually DDR5 will become the standard, whether it makes a marked improvement to your performance or not. But that will also make the price cheaper, in which case it's not a big deal because you're not spending extra for something you don't necessarily get any benefit from. But again, it's up to the user, how the user uses the machine, how much money they've got to spend. And that's the great thing about PCs. This is what I love about the PC, is that we can configure it to the individual's needs, whatever those needs are for whatever reason. If the need is simply because they want it, that's valid. That's not often why people come to me, though. People will generally build it themselves, or they'll get something already pre-built. The whole point of being able to build it yourself, or for me to build it for my customers, is to customize it for them, specifically tailor-made for them. If we want to say these parts are universal, no matter what your needs are, so you might have to pay for stuff that you're not benefiting from, I would advise you to buy an Apple computer, because that's how those are sold. It's not an insult. It's not a dig at Apple. It's just Apple removes choices in order to, well, make the most amount of money they can, but also to ease the burden on the client. So the customer doesn't have to make those decisions. They're paying for those decisions to be made for them. There's no real individuality of expression in Apple products. It's the choice of some people. Some people prefer that. This RAM was on sale at Newegg, and it was on sale at Amazon. This is 32 gigs. Each stick represents 16 gigs of 3200 speed, made by Team. It's called Vulcan Z, and I got it in the gray color. They have like black and white. I like the gray. It's more neutral, even though this isn't going to have a case window anyway. $79.99 when it was on sale. And I think the regular price at Amazon and Newegg is $84.99. Only a $5 difference, but remember, I'm not just buying one. So in this case, I bought 3 of these because I ran out of 32 gig kits. I still have some 16 gig kits of RAM. 2 sticks of 8 would be the kit. These are 2 sticks of 16. So it's $79.99. It's good RAM. It's a great deal. And the price will fluctuate on Amazon almost daily. So if you look at the price today and it's above $79.99, know that if you wait, it will likely go to $79.99 again here soon. I can't predict when, but it's been there, and then it changes after a day or two, and then it's back to 84, and then it goes to 79 again. And what sucks is when you buy it at Amazon for, let's say, $84.99 because you can't wait, and while it's shipping to you, you just happen to check Amazon and they're offering it for $79.99. Generally speaking, customer service won't refund the difference. What you'd have to do is return it back to Amazon for free and order it again at the $79.99 price. And if you wait until the RAM arrives before you do that, it may not be $79.99 again. So basically what I'm telling you is, while it's on sale, if you still have one coming, go ahead and order it again. And then when the first one arrives, do the refund. Send it back and ask for a refund. And then that'll save you your $5. It seems like a lot of effort to go through for $5. You can try asking Amazon customer support. Say, hey, you know, I just ordered this the other day. It hasn't even arrived yet, and you guys are selling it cheaper today. Would you refund me the difference or give me a gift card for the difference? Maybe you'll get lucky and they say yes. But in my experience, they tell you got to return it. But there's no harm in asking. Kurt Schlegel with a $10 contribution. He says, hey, it's another fun build to watch. Thanks, Kerry. Well, right on, Kurt. Thank you. Holy cow, Craig Casabona has contributed a $100 super chat. Wow. Thank you, Craig. What'd I do to deserve that? Please do know that YouTube takes 30% of your super chat contributions, and I won't see them. YouTube won't pass that money on to me for 30 to 60 days. So if you want to give a sizable contribution, I would, let me put it this way. However you want to contribute, I appreciate it. If you personally want me to get more of the money, then either going through PayPal, they take 3% and I get the money immediately, or doing an Amazon gift card, they take 0%, and I'm probably just going to spend the money at Amazon anyway. So just bear that in mind. Now, if you don't mind that Amazon's going to take $30 of that $100 contribution, I'm grateful regardless. But if that bothers you, just know that in the future, if you want more of the money to stay with me or into the channel, PayPal and Amazon gift cards would be more ideal for those, for those large amounts. But I'm very, very grateful for your generosity. Thank you so much. Too kind, Craig. There should be a link in my video notes that'll take, it'll say, help keep the channel sponsor free, send an Amazon gift card. And it'll take you to, of course, Amazon.com. And then you would have to put my email address as the recipient. You'd have to put Carrie@CarrieHolzman.com. And then when you send it, you can include a little note. And then when I redeem it through Amazon, I can send you a note of thanks. I was planning to wrap this up at 4 o'clock today, but I spent more time with the video configuration than I thought I was going to, but I don't regret it. I mean, it is improved from what it was, but there's still room for improvement. I appreciate you guys helping me out with that configuration. I'm trying to find the right word. The experimenting with the different configuration settings. It's getting us closer. Little by little, we'll get there. We are going to use the EVGA 500 watt 80 plus white power supply. Right now on Amazon here in the US, these are $34.99. If I take this to FedEx to mail it to one of you in the United States, it will cost me $40 just to ship it. Well, I'll have to buy a box. So the box and the shipping will cost more than just buying the product straight from Amazon with free shipping. It's a good deal. These are good power supplies. It's been a long time that I've had to replace any EVGA power supplies that have failed. Hopefully it stays that way. But I'm very confident when I'm selling customers to computers who live out of state. I want to make sure I'm selling the best quality parts that I have experience with to reduce the likelihood that they would need to send it back for a repair ever. And the price on these power supplies has been as much as $50 on Amazon. I've seen the price fluctuate a lot. It's been pretty well settled at $34.99 for a while. And I've seen them on sale for $24.99, but that doesn't usually last very long at that price. But even at $34.99, I think it's a screaming deal. Is the 30% that YouTube takes from the super chats partially reclaimable as a business expense? No, because YouTube won't report that as my income. YouTube, so you're going to pay taxes based on how much money you made and minus your expenses. But since I never made, in this case, let's take the $100. I didn't make $100, I made 70. And then YouTube will say, for example, at the end of the year, if they send me a 1099 tax form, it's about how much money YouTube sent me. I don't really see how much money YouTube YouTube took, that's what they should call it, from my channel. In other words, YouTube takes 45% of all advertising revenue for those ads that play in the video. I don't have any control over those. Those are all YouTube's doing. And YouTube takes 45% of any revenue they generate from those ads that are connected to my video, that play before or after. I don't have ads coming on in the middle of my videos. You might notice that other channels do. I think it's disruptive. And of course, if I did that, I could make a little bit more money, but so could YouTube. So take this video, for example. If an ad plays before the video started, whatever revenue that generates for YouTube, let me rephrase, whatever revenue that generates for me, YouTube takes a 45% cut of that. And they take a 30% cut of the super chat contributions on top of that. At the end of the year, YouTube will say, here's how much money we sent to you. But what I don't see is how much the channel made, where YouTube said, here's how much that we've made from you. I would love to see how much money YouTube makes from me. And if I wanted to collect the data and do it myself, I suppose I couldn't be bothered to go through the effort, but I'm curious. It's kind of sitting funny. Okay, I think I got it. I like plugging in the power LED on this little external power button. I love this little thing. Got that from Amazon. I think that was $12. It's a good deal. This, instead of hanging off the side, I like that it sits flush with the desk and I can slam on it. Let me get a keyboard, a mouse, some power, and an HDMI cord. Carrie, will there be a 10 terabyte M.2? Well, again, everything doubles. So if you look at current solid state storage, initially when it was first introduced, you could get a 64 gig storage and then 128, and then 256, and then 512, and then 1 terabyte, and then 2 terabytes, and then 4 terabytes, and now 8 terabytes are available in the NVMe form. Next will be 16, followed by 32, followed by 64, followed by 128, followed by 256, followed by 512, followed by 1024, 2048, 4096. So there's no way you get to 10. If somebody's advertising a 10 terabyte SSD, they're scammers. And Amazon does offer them for sale. They are all scams, every one of them. There's no such thing as a 10 terabyte SSD for the reason that I just explained. Okay, power supply is on, HDMI, keyboard, mouse, power switch. Okay, power on self-test. Let's see what this bad boy does. Let's go over to my HDMI input. Right there. And let me do this. Let me put camera 1 on top of it so I can reduce to a picture-in-picture here. Okay, we ready? Fan is spinning. We're off to a good start. It may take 90 seconds, 2 minutes for that very first boot. the computer BIOS is going to say, hey, there's a CPU that wasn't here before, or there's RAM that wasn't here before, and it's got to train them, essentially, and then it'll adjust the settings, and then restart itself, which is what it just did. You just saw the logo for a minute, and then it went away. That's because it said, do these settings work? And then when the settings worked, the logo appeared. And it says, okay, now I know these settings. Now I'm going to reboot with these settings, and it should then take us into the BIOS, since we don't have any boot devices to boot from. The solid state storage drive is brand new out of the box, so it has no partition, no format, and obviously no operating system. While we're in the BIOS, we can check what version we have and update it while we're in here. So this is saying we're on version F7. Now earlier today I went to Gigabyte's website and downloaded the BIOS and put the BIOS file on this flash drive so I could get through this quicker. And I can't remember what version I downloaded, but I'm going to go ahead and plug this flash drive in to any USB port back here. And then we're going to just give that a minute to initialize. And then I'm going to come over here into the BIOS and select QFlash, update BIOS. Oh wow, F13 is a far cry from F7. We'll double click on that to read it from the flash drive. Are you sure you want to update the BIOS? Yes. It verifies the file is compatible with this motherboard and the file is not corrupt. It shows us on the left what we've got and what we're going to update to. Looks good. Press start, and we're going to keep our hands free, off the keyboard, off the mouse. Don't interrupt this process. And once this is done, it's going to automatically reboot. It might reboot 2 or 3 times. That depends on the BIOS itself and on how the motherboard manufacturer implements it. That's all normal. Let it do what it needs to do. When it's completely done, we'll be back in the BIOS again, or we'll get a non-boot device error. At that point, it's all done. Then we go into the BIOS, we load the optimized defaults or the BIOS defaults, save and exit, and then we can install our operating system after that. Rock Legends wants to know if he can make his 1427 HP desktop into a NAS system. I suppose you could, but it wouldn't be a good one. Ideally, you get a NAS box like a Synology NAS. It's going to be more secure, it's going to be more efficient, much easier to maintain. It doesn't require a keyboard, mouse, and monitor to configure it. But yeah, you could do it. I'm not sure you should, but that's for you to decide. I'll just get rid of camera 1 here for a minute so you can see the full screen and watch this in real time, how long this takes to process. Wally Chambers said, I just sent you something with PayPal. Oh, let me check my phone, Wally. $20, there it is, from Wally. Well, thank you so much, Wally. I appreciate you. It looks like it catches me up. Quiet day today compared to yesterday. So it looks like it was asking us to hit a button to restart, or we just wait and it'll restart after it a few seconds. So again, I'm staying hands off with this. Dan in the chat room asks, could you please review the components in this new system? Well, these components are my recommendation for this customer's needs and budget, which is why they were selected. They're not sponsor provided components. They were specifically selected to meet the budgetary and performance needs of the client. So I'm not sure what you're looking for in terms of a review, because at the end of the day, the reviews really only matter to people who are chasing benchmarks or are looking for a specific or a set of specific technical details. If you have a specific question about any of the products here, I'd be happy to answer it, even if it's my opinion about certain things, but I'd need to know what aspect you're referring to. Now, we can verify if we go back into the BIOS here. I gotta go full screen on my side. That we have the F13 BIOS installed, as it says right up here. And we'll go over here, it says load optimized defaults. I want to do that, say yes. And I'm going to go to advanced mode right here. And I'm going to turn off PTT, which is under settings and then miscellaneous. Oops, that wasn't miscellaneous. One off. Click settings again, over to miscellaneous, and you see it says Intel Platform Trust Technology, also known as TPM, a requirement for Windows 11. I don't want Windows 11 to keep hounding my customer. Do you want to install? How about now? How about now? Would you want Windows 11 now? If the machine does not appear to have a PTT/TPM, then you'll get a message during Windows Update that says your computer is not Windows 11 compatible. So then it will stop trying to get you to convince you to install Windows 11. And some people have unknowingly told it to install Windows 11 and they don't know how they did that. They're like, how did I get Windows 11? As far as they know, they didn't approve of that. So by turning that feature off in the BIOS, that means the computer is going to not be compatible with Windows 11. If the customer does want Windows 11, all they have to do is go back into the BIOS here, back over to settings, at least with the Gigabyte motherboard. This will be different depending on the board. And manufacturers may call PTT TPM. So this is specific to this board where you find this under miscellaneous. And it didn't save with it being enabled. Let's do it again. Disabled. Did I not save? Save configuration, yes. Let's try it again. I want to make sure that's disabled. And avoids a support call from a customer. I woke up this morning and I've got Windows 11. How did that happen? Well, that ain't going to happen with that feature disabled in the BIOS. Okay, did it save it this time? Let's go back over to settings, back over to miscellaneous. Look at that. It is not letting me disable PTT. Isn't that interesting? I'm going to do it again. Disable. Let's try save and exit this way. That's interesting. What I'm guessing is happening here, I think the reason why it's flipping back to enabled on its own is there's something else that we have to disable in the BIOS for some reason. This isn't mission critical, it's just a preference that I have to avoid a potential support call. Well, I've tried it 3 times. I suppose if I keep trying it, I'm going to get the same result. So I'll take that as a hint, and I might just look this up a little bit later to see if there's some other feature that I have to disable in the BIOS to get that PTT off. Maybe a good reason not to update the BIOS, because an earlier version of the BIOS, as I've shown you on camera, I am able to disable the PTT and don't have to do anything else for that to stick. So I'll look into that. But for now, let's go ahead and get Windows 10 installed. We can start doing the updates, and then we'll call it a day on this long live video. Like I said, I was planning to shut it down at 4 o'clock. It's 4:17 now. But I did spend longer playing around with camera settings than I thought I was. I thought, this shouldn't take more than 45 minutes. Wrong. Okay, so I've got the Windows 10 flash drive plugged in, and now I need to reboot the machine. You know what, I'll just turn it off. Turn it back on again. And now that's the only bootable thing on this computer. So when the BIOS starts up, it starts looking for storage devices to boot from. That's the only bootable storage device, so I don't have to instruct the computer by hitting F12 to select where I want it to boot. You would only have to do that if you have more than one bootable drive. Now, when we're done installing Windows 10, we'll have 2 bootable drives. The installation of Windows 10 on the internal storage drive here, on the Intel NVMe drive, and of course the flash drive. And the BIOS with the defaults from the factory will prioritize if there's more than one bootable device to boot from the internal storage drive first. Unless we change that, the defaults are where we want it. So we'll go back over to, for me anyway, I got to go to my full screen mode so I can see. And we install this always the same. When we would, if this were Windows 11 that I was installing, I would still do everything the same way I'm showing it to you now. I would answer the same questions the same way. Specifically that I don't have a product key, clicking down here, choosing Windows 10 Pro. Here I would choose Windows 11 Pro. Everything is still the same for all the same reasons. And we always choose custom install regardless. It sees our new Intel drive, 1 terabyte. There's no partitions, it's completely unallocated, meaning it's completely blank. Hit next, and now it's going to copy over all the files it needs for Windows 10, and it'll automatically restart. After the first restart, you no longer need the Windows 10 installation media. You can unplug it if you want to. It will finish the install from what it's copied onto the internal drive. If we leave the flash drive in, it doesn't hurt anything. It's just so you know. And that is, of course, the same with Windows 11. Andy Kane says, do you think the BIOS update did change that setting to not disable PTT? Yes, because if you look at me building in this B560 in previous videos, the PTT disabling did stick. I don't think it's a problem with the board. When did that F13 come out? I don't know what the last BIOS version on the last time I built with one of these. Dan says, I wonder if a 1 terabyte showing us 953 is because of manufacturer errors causing dead memory cells. It's a common misconception. Even with tech journalists I've seen who'll say in a hard drive or storage review, they'll say, the drive is advertised as 1 terabyte, but it's only 953 gigs after formatting. That's not true. The size of the drive doesn't change. A 1 terabyte drive is a 1 terabyte drive. It doesn't change after you format it. Where the confusion is how we're measuring 1 terabyte. In the way that a manufacturer of drives does the math, they're obviously going to give you the bigger number, okay? Microsoft likes to translate 1K, 1000, as 1024. Now you may not notice it, but as the drive capacity is larger, that little extra 24 at the end of 1000 adds up. So Microsoft is reporting the drive size one way. They're calculating the drive size on a basis of 1024. The manufacturer is saying 1K is 1000. The manufacturer always wants to use the bigger number, and the manufacturer is closer to the basic understanding that people have of math, whereas Microsoft's definition of 1024 is more of the system of the what's the word? Of like hexadecimal math, where everything's on a base of 2. And as a result, this creates some excuse me. This creates some confusion from people who think they just lost some space because they formatted. And it doesn't help when a tech journalist writes an article that suggests or implies that your 1 terabyte drive, or whatever the size is smaller after formatting. It's the exact same size. It's how they're doing the math. I do have a quick tips video on this I did a couple of years ago to explain it. But essentially, if you want to learn more about it, you would go to Google and just type in gigabyte versus gigabyte. Gigabyte, gigabyte versus gigabyte. And you will learn all about what I'm telling you in a more academic, better explained way. I try to simplify things for the general public. If I were trying to teach you how to be a technician and there was going to be a test later, we could be more technical about it. But that's the gist of it. It's the same size. All right, this one's going to Kenny. Okay, we'll let that wrap up. James Smith says, I have a Dell Latitude E6420 laptop that I'm trying to upgrade to an SSD per Carrie's teaching. The laptop will not recognize the drive or boot. I'm at a loss to know what to do. Anyone have advice? What SSD model are you trying to put in there? Dan said, OMG, I never heard of MIBI and GIBI bytes. Yeah, well, Microsoft's been doing it this way since the beginning, as far as I know. It's not new. But for some reason, that information is not widely discussed. I don't know why, but it certainly leads to misunderstanding. In fact, I think I've run into 2 people and that knew this already when I mentioned it, and those people were in the industry. All the other people in the industry also said they'd never heard that before, even including some employees of Microsoft weren't even aware of that. But like I said, it frustrates me when I see a professional website or computer magazine where there's a review of a drive and the author, this happened recently, by the way, which is why it's fresh on my mind. You're expecting the people who are writing the articles to understand what they're talking about so they can explain it to their readers, but they themselves don't understand it, and they don't know that they don't understand it, and their technical editor, who approves the article for publication, also doesn't know. So then we get this misconception encouraged that you're somehow losing space after formatting. It's crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? I think it's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna plug the internet in now. That way I wasn't forced to create an online account. I wouldn't want to sign into my online account for my customer's computer, so I need a local account. When the customer gets this computer, if they have or want an online account, which Microsoft wants you to have, they can go ahead and log into it once they have the computer. This is not a permanent change that I've made. On the other hand, most of my clients do not have Microsoft accounts that I'm aware of, and this just saves them the trouble of believing the way Microsoft phrases it on the screen during the installation. If the internet were plugged in, they make it sound like you have to have it. There's no way out of it. Well, there is a way out of it. Don't have internet when you're installing Windows, and it won't imply that you need a Microsoft account. Supposedly they're going to change that, where they are in fact going to require you to have a Microsoft account. We'll see, but I suppose that's coming. All right, so we're going to go ahead and hit Windows Update. We'll allow this to update. While this is updating, I will address any other questions you guys have for me in the chat room, and then we're going to wrap up today's video. Let me just grab another cold Gatorade. This one's already warm. I'll be right back. Again, if you have a question for me, this will be a great time for you to put that question in the chat room. I'll do my best to provide you an answer. And of course, if you are in the chat room and you want to provide what you believe to be the answer, I encourage you to do so. Kind of regretting I didn't put this in the freezer. It doesn't feel cold enough. Bear with me a second here, guys. I'm gonna bide my time here. Like I say, a 90-second delay between when I speak and when you hear me, so that you have an opportunity to put your question in the chat room. Well, it definitely went into 4K mode and loaded the video driver. Everything's super, super tiny on the screen. Okay, now I have to hit the Install Now button. All right, let's take a look at the chat room. Patrick Holcomb says hello. Hey, Patrick. Madi UL with a $2 contribution. Thank you, Madi. Richard wants to know if I'm doing a build on Friday. Yes, I've got a build that I'm doing for Giadarne, who lives in New York, and it's going to essentially be much of the same of what we've done today, but it will have camera girl here to give you some close-ups. It'll be an 11600k with the same model of motherboard here, the B560 HD3. Giadarne wants a 2TB Samsung Evo Plus. I ordered one last night. It's supposed to be here today. I keep checking the door and it's not here. I hate the idea for my parts to be sitting out in 110-degree weather, just baking in the sun. I like to get them indoors, even though it probably doesn't hurt electronics. It's still something somebody could take from the porch. But yeah, it'll be basically the same system, same cooler, same processor, only 16 gigs of RAM. So half as much RAM, twice as much storage. Also, Giadarne wants a DVD-RW reader-writer drive as well, and we'll also be using the same 500-watt power supply and also the same Corsair 200R case. So that's why I say don't worry if the close-ups aren't very good today. We've already have close-ups of this board and this chip in recent videos, and there's still more to come until I'm sold out of these. I am trying to clear out the excess of parts I have here. I was at about 50 enough parts to build 50 computers. Ninth gen processors, 10th gen processors, 11th gen, and even I've done one 12th gen build that went to our good friend Jeff. Wanted a 12th gen, and the one I built, the very first 12th gen I built, Jeff asked me if I'd sell it to him, and so I did. I have a Z690 board that I want to put a 12900K in. I don't have any reason for it other than just to make current content, but I don't want to spend $560 for the CPU. When the 12900K, if I see it on sale, if I ever see it at $499, basically if it's below $500, I'll buy it. I don't want to pay $550, and then the sales tax is going to be another $50, $600 for the chip. I can get three 11600Ks for the same price. And the 11600K at $200, which is what, about a third of the price, is about 3/4 of the performance, if not more, of that 12900K. So that significant price difference is, once again, the same example I gave earlier of diminishing returns. Besides, I've got all this other work to do. It wouldn't do me any good to get the 12900K to have it and then not get around to building it for 2 months anyway because I'm so busy, and then go look at Amazon 2 months from now and watch the price be, $480 or something. And all it did was sit on the shelf and collect dust. So I'm going to postpone buying that until it breaks the $500 threshold. And that's my general rule. I don't want to spend more than $500 on a CPU unless that's a very special CPU like Threadripper or an X series Intel chip. That would be the exception. We've got some contributions coming in from our good friend Planet Cryos. 99 cents 3 times, followed by lighthearted emojis. Thanks, Planet Cryos. Okay, we can restart. Yeah, things like your boot time on a 12900K. You want to talk about more real-world examples of diminishing returns. The system's not going to boot any noticeably faster on a 12900K. Same operating system, the same RAM, the same storage. So if you want to drop that kind of coin on a processor, I hope it's because you need the processing power. Otherwise, you just have more money than me and you spend it for unnecessary things simply because you're enthralled with it for some reason. And of course, the other issue is, you know, that the top of the line consumer-based processor from Intel is going to get replaced with the next generation and the one after that and the one after that and the one after that. So you can only be king of the hill or have the best for a short window of time. And you're always going to pay more for the top model. The flagship model is always the most expensive. Not necessarily the best value. Rarely is it the best value. So if you have a need for it, where you're using your computer in a way that would benefit from a 12900, then you should also pair it with DDR5. I wouldn't pair DDR5 with anything less than a 12900K. Just wouldn't make any sense for getting any benefit from it. Okay, let's change this resolution back down to, what do I want, 1920 by 1080. And then back over to Windows Update. Oh, I want to get rid of these things. Let's get rid of these little icons that come in from one of these updates. We go up here to Search and Show Search Highlights. We'll uncheck that. And then I want to get rid of the News icon over here. I don't want that. So again, I'll right-click on the taskbar up to News and Interests and turn off. And that gets rid of that. Now, I'll go back to Windows Update. And let's see what's left. And while that's doing that, let me look back through the chat and see if there's any other questions I can answer for you guys. And then we're going to wrap it up here very soon. Thomas Yeager contributes 10 bucks. He goes, if you accept Bitcoin as contributions, you can keep pretty much all of it. Yeah, I don't have any way to do that yet. I like Bitcoin. I'd be happy to accept it if there was a way I could. But at this time, I do not have a way to accept it. Hopefully that'll change. It's nice to see Bitcoin starting to recover some of its value as well. It's nice when it's cheap though, because that's a good time to buy it. I know somebody came into the chat, was it a couple months ago? 6 weeks ago? And they said, I just bought $15,000 in Bitcoin where the price is low. And the following day it dropped like $2,000. And I was like, well, the thing is it's something you want to hold on to. So I'm sure that person was like, damn, I should have waited one more day or 2 more days and I could have got more Bitcoin for the same $15,000. But that's No different than any other stock, really. So you just hold on to it. It'll eventually climb back up. It might fall a little bit too, but overall, over time, you just be patient. It's going back up. Might take 2 years before it triples in value, but it seems inevitable sooner or later. If you look at the history of Bitcoin, up and down, up and down, up and down. But it was just, I just remember the person in the chat room said, I just invested 15,000 in Bitcoin since the price was so low. And like literally the next day it dropped $2,000. It went from like 21 to 19 or something. And I thought, oh, I wonder what that person's thinking right now. And I wish I had the opportunity to tell them, relax, if you're panicking, don't panic. Just hold your Bitcoin, don't sell it. Be patient. Planet Cryos contributes $22.07. That's an odd amount. He says, I'm just giving you the month and the year. Good to see you. Right on. Well, thank you so much, Planet Cryos. I appreciate your generosity. Okay, back over to our desktop, and then again over to Windows Update. If you have a question for me, I don't see it. So if you had posted a question, please ask it again. And barring the lack of any more questions, we'll wrap things up for today. Carrie, would you accept gold backs? I don't even know what a gold back is. Gary says, get a Cash App for the channel. That way we can send cash and Bitcoin directly to you. Yeah, maybe at some point, but right now I don't have that ability. And the amount of time it's going to take me to set that up and to be able to do it securely is taking me away from all, I'm pointing like you can see, I've got a bunch of computers all stacked up right over here. And those are my immediate projects. And then in the other room, I have 10 motherboards with CPUs and RAM and Windows installed, waiting for me to put into a case with a power supply and then offer them for sale. So I think I'm down from, I was at a little over 50, enough parts to build 50 PCs. And I think I'm down to 19, 17. I know there's 10 motherboards prepped. I know there's 4 motherboards left to be prepped. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then I'm empty. Then everything's done and everything's out of here. So as you can imagine, it's so overwhelming to have that much work just on my shoulders that I have to do by myself. If I don't do it, it doesn't get done. To take time away to, implement some other form of ability to contribute isn't a top priority right now for me, because I'd have to research how to do that. And I know how to do the work that's waiting for me. I just have to find the time to get it done. It's taking me about 3 days. From prepping the board to getting it installed into the case, installing, configuring Windows 10, buying an activation code for Windows 10, activating it, doing the cable management, get the label maker out, put the month and year, stick it on the side, make a short video for the recipient of the computer if they're out of state to show them what the computer looks like. A little personal message. It's a short little video, but it takes about 10 minutes to make the video. Then I have to transfer the video to the machine for video editing so I can make a clean beginning and clean end, right? Upload that video to YouTube, make it unlisted, wait for it to process, grab the URLs, send it to the customer, wait for the customer's feedback if they want any changes, if they want anything modified, or they have any questions or concerns. or they give me the thumbs up that everything's good. Then I have to put the panels back on, put it back into the case box, repackage it up, tape it up, get the mailing address from the customer along with their phone number that FedEx requires for shipping, load that into the car, drive it over to FedEx, haul it into FedEx. Might require several trips back and forth to the car. At the very least 2 trips, because you've got the main case that the computer's in and the motherboard box. Go through the process of, I usually print out a piece of paper with the customer's name, my address, my FedEx account number, so the person behind the counter at FedEx has everything they need to know. The size box I want, the declared value of the package. Once that's done, FedEx gives me the receipt. When I get back to the house, I scan the receipt, and then I'll crop it. And sometimes the receipts are kind of faded. I'll do what I can with the brightness to make it more legible. Then I send an email back to the customer saying, okay, I've shipped you a computer. Here's your FedEx tracking number. And then furthermore, I will go into Google, put the tracking number in so that I can get the actual FedEx link so the customer doesn't have to do it themselves and then follow up with questions. So I'll make that link, put that in the email, send that off, and then take the receipt and file it away. So I have to do that, all that labor to just get one computer out. So it's an average of 3 days. Drone Shot says, when you moving up here to Michigan? We're still looking for a house. I haven't found one yet, but I am seeing a ton of houses, more than I've ever seen being listed for sale right now. Every day I'm getting search results, automated search results from MLS for houses that are meeting my search criteria. And I was getting, throughout this year, since last fall, I've been getting these listings. And what was happening is, first of all, there wasn't much being offered, maybe 8 houses a week. Now it's like 8 houses a day. And a lot of times those houses, they would list them on a Friday and they would stop accepting offers on a Sunday. Right now, the housing market has cooled off a little bit. So instead of houses getting 20 offers, now they're getting like 5 offers. So the odds of me being able to, first of all, I got to find a house I like. It's got to be within my price range. It's got to have high-speed internet, right? We got to go through all that. And then I got to hope I'm the winning bidder. So my odds are increasing, and the odds are increasing because the number of houses being put up for sale right now is I'm seeing more new listings now than since I started the search. But everything I'm seeing for the most part is just like a standard, ordinary everyday house in a neighborhood. And I want something more secluded, more private. I don't want to see my neighbors. An HOA. I don't want a swimming pool. And I don't want a lot of yard that has to be cut. I don't mind a front yard, but I want my backyard to be a wooded area. So it's reducing, of the houses that are being listed, 1 out of 10 has that. So when am I moving back? I don't know yet, but it's just a matter of when we can find a house. I will probably go back and forth between Michigan and Arizona for some time. I'll probably end up being a snowbird and do 6 months there. Hopefully do more than 6 months there. But initially at first, probably do 6 weeks or 8 weeks, then come back here and do 6 or 8 weeks. And eventually, it'll be more time in Michigan and less time in Arizona. But if the Michigan winters are really, really harsh, then indefinitely I'll just keep coming back to Arizona as a snowbird to get out of the harsh weather. That's yet to be determined. So essentially, I'm working on it. Okay, so we're all caught up with Windows updates, and I still have, as I mentioned, a lot of other work to do with the configuration of Windows. I'll install VLC. I'll go through the installed default Windows apps like the Groove Music and the Mixed Reality Portal and the Xbox stuff. I uninstall that. I'll run Uncle Kerry's Windows 10 Optimizer on it. I'll download the Intel driver update tool. I will, that's why I say it's about 3 days. It's very labor intensive, and I'm selling them for less than it's costing me to buy them. As you can imagine, I'm not real motivated to keep doing that. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of stress, and it's financially not rewarding, except that it's giving me content for the channel. The downside is, for me, this content is getting boring. I'm feeling a little burnout, and I can't wait to do something other than building computers. I'll always build a computer from time to time. That won't stop, but I won't take on, 12 builds or whatever I had. Not even a fraction of that. It's just too stressful. And I want to do other things, but I can't until I finish what I started. I don't want to start something else that's just going to prolong how long it's going to take me to finish this. And I did it to myself. I also don't like having all these parts in my way. They have to be stored somewhere. This whole place is going to look a lot cleaner once all this stuff is out. And then I'm going to feel better psychologically that I'm not so, what's the word? Trapped, feeling enclosed, because the parts are everywhere. So I think psychologically I'm going to feel better that I don't have to work my way around an obstacle course in every single room, because I'm finding every empty space I can to put the parts where they're secure. I don't want to leave them in the garage, for example, where the hot weather or insects could possibly get in there, or that I forget that I left the garage door open and somebody just takes the stuff. So I move some of the hardware out here. That is my current projects. I have hardware in the other room that's the phase before it moves to this room, as it's in the other room. And then the phase before that, which means I don't have a date. These are cases I'm going to need at some point, or other parts that I don't yet need. That goes into the bedrooms in my own little weird organization that I have. And I want those bedrooms cleared out, and I want that room cleared out, and I want this room cleared out. And then I think psychologically I'm going to feel more freedom, less claustrophobic. That's what I'm working on. And of course, I don't want to move all this equipment to Michigan that I'm going to ultimately sell to a customer anyway. If I get rid of it now, it's less I have to move later. Mordot says, Kerry, I'd get another computer from you, but I have 3 already. Thomas, I don't have any problem selling the computers. I just can't offer them for sale until they're done. So it's not like I'm saying I don't have buyers. Please understand, I'm not saying I've got these computers built, but nobody's buying them. So far, anyway, finding the buyer hasn't been a problem. No problem at all. So it's really just on me to get it done. So until it's done, it can't be sold, right? That's kind of you to say, though. Thank you. Randy says, I had a Silverstone 500 watt, 80 plus power supply in my media center. And yesterday it popped and died. Smelled the electric blood. It lived 5 years. Went with an EVGA 600 watt 80 plus bronze, and it's working great. Interesting. Obviously, I've used some Silverstone power supplies in past builds, but primarily because Silverstone sent them to me for free, and my intent was to use them on veteran giveaway computers. It turned out that they were, the cables were a lot longer, and it was more of a hassle to cable manage, so I ended up not using them. But it had nothing to do with the power supply being bad. Still, 5 years out of it's, you got your money's worth, whatever you paid for it. Just want to scroll through the chat here real quick before we wrap things up for today. David Nation Sr. contributes $1. Thank you, David. If I missed anybody's contributions, if so, please let me know. Mira Ora says I'm 3 hours late, but I'm here. Well, we're glad you could make it. Rock Legend says, is it PTT off or TPM off? PTT is TPM. They're both the same thing. Some manufacturers in the BIOS refer to TPM as TPM, and others, as we witnessed today with the Gigabyte board, Gigabyte refers to it as PTT. Why? I don't know, just to add confusion, but they're the same thing with two different names. Rock Legends wants to know if there's a way to install a cooling system on a GPU. Yes, you would look at whatever specific GPU you have, and then Google that model number of GPU with the word cooling, and then look at the search results for what options are available. You can also buy GPUs that have built-in liquid coolers already on them. NVIDIA sells them, EVGA sells them, for example. R. Rodriguez says hello from Boston. Hello, R. Rodriguez. One K Viper says Carrie should take us all fishing in that lake he showed. I would need help. I haven't fished in a long, long time. I'm not sure I would do it correctly. But I like the way you think. There's a video I'd like to make. Me on a boat. Planet Cryos says I missed his last contribution. There it is. Planet Cryos contributed $5 and says, just for a great dude, a PC guy that does YouTube videos on the fly. Stay real, my friend. I don't know any other way. Thank you. Dan Gallagher says hello from Lansford, Pennsylvania. Greg says he likes to fish a lot. Oh, I know there's a lot of people who enjoy fishing. My friend Ron, you'll sometimes see Ron Hillier in the chat. He was an avid fisherman for a long time. Patrick Rusaw said I should build a PC on that boat. I thought about having like a pontoon boat that I can rent at one of the lakes and bringing the camera and the computer parts with me, and just at some point on the day on the lake, take an hour or two to set up a fold-out table, you know, and build a computer on the lake. But it turns out, was it Bitwit? I think he already did that on like a yacht. So I was like, well, I thought it was an original idea, but not so much. Robert Jones says he has never been fishing. I would not have been fishing in my life if not for my friends. My parents were not into that at all. I was taught that if you want to eat fish, go to the store and buy some fish. Yeah, my parents were not... what is the word I want to use? No hunting, no fishing, no camping. All of that happened because of friends, and I have no interest in hunting, so I've never gone hunting, and I don't want to go hunting. Kelly Stewart says, Carrie, it just hit 100 degrees here. So Kelly's in Northern California. The UK is getting some of their hottest temperatures ever, like in London, and they're having a lot of fires there, which I'm not sure how that's even happening. Paul McIntosh says, I love catching fish, but not waiting for them. I'm the other way around. I like waiting for them. If I catch a fish, I have to take the hook out of its mouth and then toss it back. Okay, so now we're at 5 o'clock, way past, we're an hour past where I wanted to stop. So I think we're going to wrap it up. Thank you to all of you for joining me today. Again, thanks to all the contributions that have come in from Kelly Stewart, Thomas Yeager, Planet Cryos, as well as Madi Yoel, David Nation Sr., that very generous contribution from Craig Casabona earlier. Thank you so much, Craig. Kurt Schlegel and CCTV user Don Allen, Winston Liu and Colin Hunt, 1K Viper. Thanks as well to Jose Acosta, Ryan, Arthur Ortiz, Gio Johnson, Thomas Yeager again, Ryan again, Jose Acosta again, Bruce Hilton, Pratap Gunrig, Jose Acosta again, James Edward with that $50 contribution, Madi Yoel again, Arkansas Magnet Fisher, Find Me in Hawaii, thank you for your contributions as well, Jamie McGregor, Stowe, Ian Gooch, and Alan Lindos. Thanks you guys so much. Also for just being a part of this amazing community that we've got here. That's the most valuable thing, that more so than anything I've done on camera, it's this community. It's a very special community. You guys, I consider you my friends. And I never had so many friends in my life. For a shy kid that had low self-esteem and low self-confidence, I had a handful of friends. And those friends were so few that I still have them today. So my friend Steve, my friend Ron, and Ron Hillier in the chat room. I've known Ron since I was 16, 15, 14, probably since I was 14. Actually, no, probably 15. So that's almost, it's got to be getting on 40 years I've known my friend Ron Hillier, who you will see in the chat room from time to time. And now, 300 to 500 people during a live feed. So many people in blue and green, and people yet to become blue or green. I can't express to you what that means to me. So the best words I can find is to thank you for your friendship, your kindness. And I hope to have even more friends. I hope to see this grow and grow and grow. I don't see any downside to that at all. And thanks for joining me on the journey. I'll be back on Friday for sure. I don't know about tomorrow or Thursday. I do run a lot of errands on Wednesdays. So depending on what time I get back, and I got a feeling some Wednesdays there's a lot of errands and other Wednesdays just a handful. Tomorrow's a bunch. So I don't think by the time I get back I'll have the energy to go live. Thursday, I'm going to try to go live if I can. And Friday, definitely will be live at 1 o'clock Pacific time, like I always am, to do yet another build very similar to today's. And then hopefully we'll have some good close-ups for you for that one using the new camera setup. And we won't have to deal with spending any more time fine-tuning it. I mean, the way I've got it right now is acceptable. And any improvement from this point forward is not a high priority. And I'll make some minor changes and toy with it probably this weekend. So thanks again for all of you for helping with that earlier today. I will see you all again very, very soon. And until then, oh, wait a minute. Pedro Miranda just contributed right under the wire, $19.99 in Super Chat. Thank you, Pedro. Got right in there. Let's make sure Pedro is blue. And Kelly Stewart says, I've been friends with my best friend for 46 years. Yeah, it's like family, right? All right, guys. Thanks again. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.